So some really big names here, like Ken Arrow, an economist, Nobel Prize winning economist. And they started having these workshops. And this whole enterprise kind of grew into this research institute that's itself has been kind of on the edge of chaos its whole life because it doesn't have a significant endowment. And it's just been kind of living on whatever funding it can raise through donations and grants and however it can, business associates and so on. But it's a great place. It's a really fun place to go think about ideas that you wouldn't normally encounter.
So, Sean Carroll, some physicists.
Yeah, on the external faculty.
And you mentioned that there's some external faculty and there's people that
a very small group of resident faculty, maybe about 10, who are there for about 5-year terms that can sometimes get renewed. And then they have some postdocs, and then they have this much larger, on the order of 100, external faculty where people come, like me, who come and visit for various periods of time.
So what do you think is the future of the Science Institute? Like what, and if people are interested, like what's there in terms of the public interaction or students or so on that could be a possible interaction with the Science Institute or its ideas?
Yeah, so there's a few different things they do. They have a complex systems summer school for graduate students and postdocs, and sometimes faculty do it too. And that's a 4-week, very intensive residential program where you go and listen to lectures and you do projects, and people really like that. I mean, it's a lot of fun. They also have some specialty summer schools. There's one on computational social science, one on climate and sustainability, I think it's called. There's a few. And then they have short courses, just a few days on different topics. They also have an online education platform that offers a lot of different courses and tutorials from SFI faculty, including an Introduction to Complexity course that I taught.
Awesome. And there's a bunch of talks too online. There's guest speakers and so on. They host a lot.
Yeah, they have sort of great technical seminars at Columbia. They have a community lecture series, like public lectures, and they put everything on their YouTube channel so you can see it all.
Douglas Hofstadter, author of Escher Bach, was your PhD advisor. You mentioned a couple of times, like a collaborator. Do you have any favorite lessons or memories from your time working with him that continues to this day?
Yeah.
But just even looking back throughout your time working with him.
So one of the things he taught me was that when you're looking at a complex problem, to idealize it as much as possible, to try and figure out what is the essence of this problem. And this is how, like, the copycat program came to be, by taking analogy making and saying, how can we make this as idealized as possible, but still retain really the important things we want to study? And that's really kept, been a core theme of my research, I think. And I continue to try and do that. And it's really very much kind of physics inspired. Hofstadter was a PhD in physics. That was his background.
It's like first principles kind of thing. Like you're reduced to the most fundamental aspect of the problem.
Yeah.
So that you can focus on solving that fundamental aspect.
Yeah, and in AI, that was, people used to work in these micro worlds, right? Like the blocks world. It's a very early, important area in AI. And then that got criticized because they said, you can't scale that to the real world. And so people started working on much more real world-like problems. But now there's been kind of a return, even to the blocks world itself. We've seen a lot of people who are trying to work on more of these very idealized problems for things like natural language and common sense. So that's an interesting evolution of those ideas.
So perhaps the blocks world represents the fundamental challenges of the problem of intelligence more than people realize.
It might. Yeah.
Is there, so when you look back at your body of work and your life, you work in so many different fields, is there something that you're just really proud of in terms of ideas that you've gotten a chance to explore, create yourself?
So I am really proud of my work on the copycat project. I think it's really different from what almost everyone has done in AI. I think there's a lot of ideas there to be explored. And I guess one of the happiest days of my life, aside from the births of my children, was the birth of copycat. I actually started to be able to make really interesting analogies. I remember that very clearly. Yeah, it was a very exciting time.
Where you kind of gave life
Yes,
with artificial systems.
that's right.
What, in terms of what people can interact, I saw there's like I think it's called Metacat, and there's a Python 3 implementation. That if people actually want to play around with it and actually get into it and study and maybe integrate into whether it's deep learning or any other kind of work they're doing, what would you suggest they do to learn more about it and to take it forward in different kinds of directions?
Yeah, so that there's Douglas Hofstadter's book called Fluid Concepts and Creative Analogies. Talks in great detail about copycat. I have a book called Analogy Making as Perception, which is a version of my PhD thesis on it. There's also code that's available. You can get it to run. I have some links on my webpage to where people can get the code for it. And I think that would really be the best way to get into it. Yeah.
Play with it. Well, Melanie, it was an honor talking to you. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, it's been really great.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Melanie Mitchell. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cat App. Download it, use code NEXT podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to FIRST, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Douglas Hofstadter and Melanie Mitchell. Without concepts, there can be no thought. And without analogies, there can be no concepts. And Melanie adds, how to form and fluidly use concepts is the most important open problem in AI. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Following the conversation with Donald Knuth, one of the greatest, most impactful computer scientists and mathematicians ever. He's the recipient of the 1974 Turing Award, considered the Nobel Prize in Computing. He's the author of the multi-volume work, the magnum opus, The Art of Computer Programming. He made several key contributions to the rigorous analysis of computational complexity of algorithms, including the popularization of asymptotic notation, that we all affectionately know as Big O notation. He also created the TEC typesetting system, which most computer scientists, physicists, mathematicians, and scientists and engineers in general use to write technical papers and make them look beautiful. I can imagine no better guest to have 2019 with than Doug, one of the kindest, most brilliant people in our field. This podcast was recorded many months ago. It's one I avoided because, perhaps counterintuitively, the conversation meant so much to me. If you can believe it, I knew even less about recording back then, so the camera angle is a bit off. I hope that's okay with you. The office space was a bit cramped for filming, but it was a magical space where Don does most of his work. It meant a lot to me that he would welcome me into his home. It was quite a journey to get there. As many people know, he doesn't check email, so I had to get creative. The effort was worth it. I've been doing this podcast on the side for just over a year, Sometimes I had to sacrifice a bit of sleep, but always happy to do it, and to be part of an amazing community of curious minds. Thank you for your kind words of support, for the interesting discussions, and I look forward to many more of those in 2020. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, leave 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. I've recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. I provide timestamps for the start of the conversation that you can skip to, but it helps if you listen to the ad and support this podcast by trying out the product or service being advertised. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of the stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means the money is used with maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Donald. In 1957, at Case Tech, you were once allowed to spend several evenings with a IBM 650 computer, as you've talked about in the past, and you fell in love with computing then.
Yeah.
Can you take me back to that moment with the IBM 650? What was it that grabbed you about that computer?
So the IBM 650 was this machine that I didn't fill a room, but it was big and noisy. But when I first saw it, it was through a window and there was a lot of lights flashing. And I was a freshman. I had a job with the statistics group, and I was supposed to punch cards and for data and then sort them on the machine. They got this new computer came in and it had interesting lights. Okay, so well, but I had to keep the building, so I could get in and look at it and got a manual for it. And my first experience was based on the fact that I could punch cards. Basically, which was a big thing for me. But the IBM 650 was big in size, but incredibly small in power in memory. It had 2,000 words of memory, and the word of memory was 10 decimal digits plus a sign. And it would do, to add two numbers together, you could probably expect that would take, I would say, 3 milliseconds. So
that's pretty fast. It's the memory is the problem.
That was why it took 3 milliseconds, because it took 5 milliseconds for the drum to go around. And you had to wait, 5 cycle times. If you have an instruction, what position on the drum, then it would be ready to read the data for the instruction. 3 notches. The drum is 50 cycles around, and you go 3 cycles, and you get the data, and then you can go another 3 cycles, so you get to the next instruction. If the instruction is there, otherwise you spin until you get to the right place. And we had no random access memory whatsoever until my senior year. In senior year, we got 50 words of random access memory, which were priceless. When we could move stuff up to the random access memory in 60-word chunks, and then we would store it again. So secretaries would go up there.
Could you have predicted the future 60 years later of computing from that?
In fact, the hardest question I was ever asked was, uh, what could I have predicted? In other words, the interviewer asked me, she said, what about computing has surprised me? And I rattled off a couple of dozen things, and then she said, okay, so what didn't surprise you? And I tried for 5 minutes to think of something that I would have predicted, and I couldn't. But let me say that this machine, I didn't know. There wasn't much else in the world at that time. The 650 was the first machine that there were more than 1,000 of them. And before that, there was, each machine might be a half a dozen examples.
The first mass market, mass produced.
It was the first one that, they done in quantity. And IBM didn't sell them; they rented them, but they rented them to universities at great, at a great deal. And so that's why a lot of students learned about computers at that time.
So you refer to people, including yourself, who gravitate toward a kind of computational thinking as geeks. At least I've heard you use that terminology.
It's true that I think there's something that happened to me as I was growing up that made my brain structured in a certain way that resonates with computers.
So there's this space of people, 2% of the population, you empirically estimate.
It's been fairly similar with most of my career. However, it might be different now because kids have different experiences when they're young.
So what does the world look like to a geek? What is this aspect of thinking that is unique to that makes a geek?
This is an important question. In the 50s, IBM noticed that there were geeks and non-geeks, and so they tried to hire geeks, and they put out ads with papers saying, if you play chess, come to Madison Avenue for an interview or something like that. So they were trying for something. So what is it that I find easy and other people tend to find harder? And I think there's two main things. One is the ability to jump levels of abstraction. So you see something in the large, and you see something in the small, and you pass between those unconsciously. So you know that in order to solve some big problem, what you need to do is add one to a certain register, and it gets you to another step. I didn't go down to the electron level, but I knew what those milliseconds were. What the drum was like on the 650. I knew how I was going to factor a number or find an equation or something because of what I was doing. And as I'm debugging, I'm going through, did I make a key punch error? Did I write the wrong instruction? Did I have the wrong thing in the register? And each level is different, and this idea of being able to see something at lots of levels and what you go between them seems to me to be much more pronounced in the people that resonate with computers like that. So in my books, I also don't stick just to the high level, but I mix low level stuff with high level, and this means that I should write better books, and it's probably true, but other people say, well, but that's if you think like that, then that's the way to train yourself. Keep mixing the levels and learn more and more how to compete. So that's the one thing. The other thing is that it's more of a talent to be able to deal with non-uniform, where there's case 1, case 2, case 3, uh, instead of having one or two rules that govern everything. So it doesn't bother me if I need like an algorithm has 10 steps to it. Each step does something else that doesn't bother me. But a lot of pure mathematics is based on one or two rules, which are universal, and so this means that people like me sometimes work with systems that are more complicated than necessary because it doesn't bother us that we do figure out the simple rule.
And you mentioned that while Jacobi, Boole, Abel, all the mathematicians in the 19th century may have had symptoms of geek, but the first 100% legit geek was Turing, Alan Turing.
I think he had a lot more of this quality than anybody, just from reading the kind of stuff he did. And
So how does Turing, what influence has Turing had on you?
well,
Your way of
okay,
thinking?
so I didn't know that aspect of him until after I graduated some years. As an undergraduate, we had a class that talked about computer theory and Turing machines, and it was all, it sounded like a very specific kind of purely theoretical approach to this thing. So how old were they when I learned that he had designed and he wrote a wonderful manual for Manchester machines, and he invented all some routines, and and he was a real hacker at that he got his hands dirty. I thought for many years that he had only done purely formal work. As I started reading his own publications, I could feel his kinship, and and of course he had a lot of peculiarities. Like he wrote numbers backwards because left to right instead of right to left, because it was easier for computers to process that way.
What do you mean left to right?
He would write pi as 9, 5,
Oh,
1, 4.3.
right. Got it.
Or 1 on the blackboard. When he got trained himself to do that because the computers he was working with worked that way inside.
Train himself to think like a computer. Well, there you go. That's geek thinking. You've practiced the most elegant formalism of computer science, and yet you're the creator of a concept like literary programming, which seems to move closer to natural language type of description of programming.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you see those two as conflicting? As the formalism of theory and the idea of literary programming?
So there we are in a non-uniform system. Well, I don't think one size fits all, and I don't think all truth lies in one kind of expertise. So somehow, the way you say my life is a convex combination of English and mathematics.
And you're okay with that?
And not only that, I wish I want my kids to be that way. I want them to be better.
Yeah.
Use left brain, right brain at the same time. You get a lot more done. That's part of the problem.
And I've heard that you didn't really read for pleasure until into your 30s. And, literature.
I'll try to be consistent.
Yeah, no, just believe me. Just go with whatever story I tell you. It'll be easier that way. The conversation.
Right. No,
So I've heard mention of Philip Roth's American Pastoral, which I love this book. I don't know if it was mentioned as something that was brief to you as well. In either case, what literary books had a lasting impact on you? What literature?
yeah, okay, good. So I met Roth.
Oh, really?
We both got doctors from Harvard on the same day. So we got lunch together and stuff like that. And when he knew that, computer books would never sell. Well, all right. So you were a teenager when you left Russia. So I have to say that Tolstoy was one of the big influences on me. Especially like Anna Karenina, not because particularly of the plot of the story, but because there's this character who the philosophical discussions that the whole way of life is lived out there among the characters, and so that I thought was especially beautiful. On the other hand, Dostoevsky, I didn't like at all because I felt that his genius was mostly because he kept forgetting what he was allowed to do, and he was just not. I didn't think that 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 he polished his stuff at all, and I tend to admire somebody who drives the eyes across the T's.
So that the music of the prose is what you admire more than.
I certainly do admire the music of the language, which I couldn't appreciate in the Russian original, but I can in Peter that's called French stuff. But Tolstoy, I like the same reason I like Herman Wouk as a novelist. I think like his book Marjorie Morningstar has a similar character in who developed his own personal philosophy and goes in
Consistent.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And it's with partnering that. So
So you don't like Nietzsche and
like what?
you don't like Friedrich Nietzsche or
Nature, yeah, no, yeah. This has, I keep seeing quotations from Nietzsche, and you never tell me to read anything.
well, he's full of contradictions. You will certainly not appreciate him.
But sure, I'm trying to get across what I appreciate and live. And part of it is as you say, the music of the language, the way it flows. And take Raymond Chandler versus Dashiell Hammett. Dashiell Hammett's sentences are awful. Raymond Chandler's are beautiful. They just flow. So I don't read literature because it's supposed to be good for me. Because somebody said it's great, but I find things that I like. You mentioned he dressed like James Bond. So I love Ian Fleming. I think he's got a really great gift for it. If he has a golf game or a game of bridge or something and this comes into the story, it'll be the most exciting golf game or the absolute best possible hand of bridge that exists, and it exploits and tells it beautifully.
So in connecting some things here, looking at literate programming, being able to convey, encode algorithms to a computer in a way that mimics how humans speak. What do you think about natural language in general, the messiness of our human world, about trying to express difficult things?
So the idea of literate programming is really to try to understand something better by seeing it from these two perspectives, the formal and the informal. Trying to understand a complicated thing if we can look at it in different ways. So this is in fact a key technical writing, a good technical writer, trying not to be obvious about it, but says everything twice, formally and informally, maybe three times, but try to give the reader a way to put the concept into his own brain.
Is that better for the writer or the reader, or both?
Well, the writer just tries to understand the reader. That's the goal of the writer, is to have a good mental image of the reader, and to say what the reader expects next, and to impress the reader with what has impressed the writer, why something is interesting. So when you have a computer program, you try to, instead of looking at it as something that we're just trying to give instruction to the computer, what we really want to do is giving insight to the person who's going to be maintaining this program, or to the programmer himself when he's debugging it, as to why this stuff is being done. And so all the techniques of exposition that a teacher uses or book writers make a better programmer if your programmer is going to be just a one-shot deal.
So, how difficult is that? Do you see hope for the combination of informal and formal for the programming task?
Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask, I guess, because I'm a geek, but I think for a geek, it's easy. Not, some people have difficulty writing, and that might be because there's something in their brain structure that makes it hard for them to write, or it might be something just that they haven't had enough practice. I'm not the right one to judge, but I don't think you can teach any person any particular skill. I do think that writing is half of my life, and so I put it together. And even when I'm writing a one-shot program, I write it in a little way because I get it right faster than.
Now, does it get compiled automatically, or so? I guess on the technical side, my question was, how difficult is it to design a system where much of the programming is done informally?
Informal.
Yeah, informally.
I think whatever works to make it understandable is good. But then you have to also understand uh, how informal it is. You have to know the limitations. So by putting the formal and informal together, this is where it gets locked into your brain, and you could say informally, well, I'm talking right now, so
Let's go there. Can you give me an example of connecting the informal and formal?
well, too complicated an example. There's a puzzle that's self-referential. It's called a Japanese arrow puzzle, and you're given a bunch of boxes, each one points north, east, south, and west. And at the end, you're supposed to fill in each box with the number of distinct numbers that it points to. So if I put a 3 in a box, that means that, and it's pointing to 5 other boxes, that means that there's going to be 3 different numbers in those 5 boxes. And those boxes are pointing, one of them might be pointing to me, one might be pointing the other way. But anyway, I'm playing a set of numbers that obey this complicated condition that each number counts how many distinct numbers it points to. Well, so the guy sent me his solution to this problem where he presents formal statements that say either this is true or this is true or this is true. And so I try to render that formal statement informally, and I try to say, I contain a 3, and the guys I'm pointing to are contained enough 1, 2, and 6. So by putting it informally and also trying to convert it into a dialogue statement, that helps me understand the logical statement that he's written down as a string of numbers in terms of some abstract variables that he has.
That's really interesting. So maybe an extension of that, there has been a resurgence in computer science and machine learning and neural networks. So using data to construct algorithms. So it's another way to construct algorithms. Right?
Yeah,
If you can think of it that way.
yeah.
So as opposed to natural language to construct algorithms, use data to construct algorithms. So what's your view of this branch of computer science, where data is almost more important than the mechanism of the algorithm?
It seems to be suited to a certain kind of non-geek, and which is probably why it's taken off and has its own community. But that really resonates with that. But hard to to trust something like that because nobody, even the people who work with it, they have no idea what has been learned.
That's a really interesting thought. That it makes algorithms more accessible to a different community, a different type of brain.
Yep.
And that's really interesting because just like literate programming, perhaps could make programming more accessible to a certain kind of brain.
There are people who think it's just a matter of education, and that anybody can learn to be a great programmer. Anybody can learn to be a great skier. I wish that were true, but I know that there's a lot of things that I've tried to do, and I was well motivated, and I kept trying to build myself up, but I never got past a certain level. I can't do, for example, I can't do three-dimensional objects in my head. I have to make a model and look at it and study it from all points of view, and then I start to get some idea of what other people are good at for them.
Physicists.
Yeah.
So let's go to the art of computer programming. In 1962, you set the table of contents for this magnum opus, right? It was supposed to be a single book, 12 chapters. Today, what is it, 57 later? You're in the middle of volume 4 of 7.
In the middle of volume 4B is
4B.
more precisely.
Can I ask you for an impossible task, which is try to summarize the book so far, maybe by giving out a little examples. So from the sorting and the search and the combinatorial algorithms, be able to give a summary, a quick elevator summary,
Right.
but depending how many floors there are in the building.
Yeah. The first volume, called Fundamental Algorithms, talks about something that the stuff you can't do without. You have to know some basic concepts of what is a program, what is an algorithm, and it also talks about a low-level machine, so you have some kind of idea what's going on, and it has basic concepts of input-output, and subroutines, induction, right? So mathematical preliminary. So the thing that makes my book different from a lot of others is that I try to not only present the algorithm, but I try to analyze it, which means quantitatively I say not only does it work, but it works this fast. Okay, and so I need math for that. And then there's a standard way to structure data inside and represent information in the computer. So that's all volume 1. Volume 2 it's called semi-numerical algorithms, and here we're writing programs, but we're also dealing with numbers. The algorithms deal with any kinds of objects, but specific when there's the objects are numbers, well then we have certain special paradigms that apply to things that have numbers. So there's arithmetic on numbers, and there's matrices full of numbers. There's random numbers, and there's power series full of numbers. There's different algebraic concepts that have numbers in structured ways.
And arithmetic and the way a computer would think about arithmetic. So floating point
arithmetic, high precision arithmetic, not only addition, subtraction, multiplication, but also comparison. So then volume 3 talks about.
I like that one. Sort and search.
Sorting and search.
I love sorting.
Right. So here, we're not dealing necessarily with numbers because we sort letters and other objects. Searching we're doing all the time with Google nowadays, but I mean, we have to find stuff. So again, algorithms that underlie all kinds of applications. None of these volumes is about a particular application, but the applications are examples of why people want to know about sorting, why people want to know about random. So then volume 4 goes into combinatorial. This is where we have zillions of things to deal with, and And here we keep finding cases where one good idea can make something go more than a million times faster. And we're dealing with problems that are probably never going to be solved efficiently. But that doesn't mean we give up on them. And, and and we have this chance to have good ideas and go much, much faster. So that's combinatorial algorithms, and those are the ones that are, I mean, you say sorting is most fun for you, but
Well, like
it's
satisfiability
but
too.
combinatorial algorithms are the ones that I always enjoyed the most, because that's when my skill at programming had the most payoff. And the difference between an object this algorithm that you think up first thing and an interesting subtle algorithm that not so obvious, but circles around the other. That's uh, that's where computer science really comes in. And a lot of these combinatorial methods were found first in applications to artificial intelligence or cryptography. And in my case, I just liked them and associated more with positives.
Do you like the most the domain of graphs? Graph theory?
Graphs are great because they're perfect models of so many things in the real world. And throw numbers on a graph and then a network, and so right there you have many more things. So, but combinatorial in general is any arrangement of objects that has some kind of a higher structure, non-random structure. It's okay. It's possible to put something together satisfying all these conditions, like these arrows in the middle, to put these numbers on a bunch of boxes. And according to these, they can be possible.
That's volume 4.
That's volume 4.
What is the future hold?
Volume 4A was part 1. And what happened was in 1962, when I started writing down the table of contents, it wasn't going to be a book about computer programming in general. It was going to be a book about how to write compilers. And I was asked to write a book explaining how to write a compiler. And at that time, there were only a few dozen people in the world who had written compilers, and I happened to be one of them. And I also had some experience writing for like the campus newspaper, things like that. So I thought, okay, great. I'm the only person I know who's written a compiler but hasn't invented any new techniques for writing compilers. All the other people I knew had super ideas, but couldn't see what they would be able to write that would describe anybody else's ideas with their own. So I could be the journalist, and I could explain what all these cool ideas about compiler writing were. And then I started putting down, well, yeah, let me.
Hello. Hey, how are you? Can you hear me? Hello.
Have a chapter about data structure, because you have some introductory material. You want to talk about searching, because a compiler writer has to look up the variables in a single table, find out which when you write the name of the variable in one place, it's supposed to be the same as the one you put somewhere else. So you need all these basic techniques, and I didn't know some arithmetic myself. So I threw in these chapters, and I threw in a chapter on combinatorics because that was what I really enjoyed programming the most. But there weren't many algorithms known about combinatorial methods in 1962. So that was a kind of a short chapter, but sort of thrown just for fun. And chapter 12 was going to be compilers, applying all the stuff in chapters 1 to 11 to make compilers. Well, okay, so that was my table of contents from 1962. And during the 70s, the whole field of combinatorics went through a huge explosion. People talk about a combinatorial explosion, and they usually mean by that the number of cases goes up. You change into n plus one, and all of a sudden the problem has gotten more than 10 times harder. But there was an explosion of ideas about combinatorics in the 70s to the point that, like, take 1975, I bet you more than half of all the journals of computer science were about combinatorial method. And
What kind of problems were occupying people's minds? What kind of problems in combinatorics? Was it satisfiability, graph theory?
yeah, graph theory was quite dominant in it. But all of the NP hard problems that you have, like Hamiltonian path, going beyond, going beyond graphs, you have operation research. Whenever there was a small class of problems that had efficient solutions, and they were associated with nature, you had special mathematical construction. But once we went to things that involved three things at a time instead of two, all of a sudden things got harder. So we had satisfiability problems, or if you have clauses, any clause has two logical elements in it, then we can satisfy it in any time. We test for satisfiability in any time, but if you allow yourself three variables in the clause, then nobody knows how to do it. So these articles were about trying to find better ways to solve cryptography problems and graphic problems. We have lots of data, but we didn't know how to find the best subsets of the data, like sorting it. We get the answer to take on.
So how did it continue to change from the 70s to today?
Yeah, so now there may be half a dozen conferences whose topic is combinatorics, different kind, but fortunately I don't have to rewrite my book every month, like I had to in the 70s. But still, there's a huge amount of work being done on it, and people getting better ideas on these problems that don't seem to have really efficient solutions, but we still do a lot more with them. So this book that I'm finishing now is, I've got to put a whole bunch of brand new methods that, as far as I know, there's no other book that covers this particular approach, and so I'm trying to do my best of exploring the tip of the iceberg and try out lots of things and keep rewriting, as I find better methods.
So what's your writing process like? What's your thinking and writing process like every day?
So,
what's your routine even?
I guess it's actually the best question, because I spend 7 days a week
You're
doing it.
the most prepared to answer it.
But okay, so the chair I'm sitting in is where I do.
Where the magic happens.
Well, reading and writing. The chair's usually sitting over there where I have some reference. But I found this chair, which was designed by a Swedish guy. Anyway, turns out this is the only chair I can really sit in for hours in the house and not know that I need a chair. But then I have the stand-up desk right next to us, and so after I write something with a pencil and eraser, I get up and I type it and revise and rewrite.
The kernel of the idea is first put on paper.
Yeah.
That's where.
And I'll write maybe 5 programs a week, of course, unit programming. And these are, before I describe something in my book, I always program it to see how it's working, and I try it out. So, for example, I learned at the end of January, I learned of a breakthrough by 4 Japanese people who had extended one of my methods in a new direction. And so I spent the next 5 days writing a program to implement what they did, and then I had only generalized part of what I had done, so then I had to see if I could generalize more parts of it, and then I had to take their approach and I had to try it out on couple of dozen of the other problems I had already worked out with my old methods. And so that took another couple of weeks. And then I started to see the light, and I started writing the final draft, and then I would type it up and draw some new mathematical questions. And so I wrote to my friends who might be good at solving those problems, and they solved some of them. And so I put that in as exercises, and so a month later, I had absorbed one new idea that I learned, and I'm glad I heard about it in time. Otherwise, I put my book out before I heard about the idea. On the other hand, this book was supposed to come in at 300 pages. I'm up to 350 now. That added 10 pages to the book. But if I heard about another one, my publisher would shoot me.
Well, so in that process, in that 1 month process, are some days harder than others?
Some days harder than others. But yeah, my work is fun, but I also work hard, and every big job has parts that are a lot more fun than others. And so many days I'll say, why do I have to have such high standards? Why couldn't I just be sloppy and not try this out and just report the answer? But I know that people are counting me to do this, and so okay, Don, I'll grit my teeth and do it. And then the joy comes out when I see that actually I'm getting good results, and even more when I see that somebody has actually read and understood what I wrote and told me how to make it even better. I did want to mention something about the method. So I got this tablet here where I do the first writing of concepts. Okay, so
And what language is that?
right, so take a look at it. Here I'm saying, explain how to draw such few pixel diagrams. Okay, so I got this paper about 40 years ago when I was visiting my sister in Canada, and they make tablets of paper with this nice large size and just the right.
Very small space between lines. Do you mind if
Yeah.
maybe
So, yeah. I've got these manuscripts going back to the 60s, and those are when you get my ideas on paper. Okay? But I'm a good typist. In fact, I went to typing school when I was in high school, so I can type faster than I think. So then when I do the editing, stand up and type, then I revise this, and it comes out a lot different than what for style and rhythm and things like that come out at the typing speed.
and you type in text?
And I type in text.
And can you think in text? So
to a certain extent, I have only a small number of idioms that I use. Like in my theorem, I do something for the discrete equation. I do something, and so on. But I have to see it, and
in the way that it's on paper.
Yeah, right.
For example, Turing wrote the other direction. You don't write macros, and you don't think in macros.
Particularly when I need a macro, I'll go ahead and use it and do it. But the thing is that I also write to fit. I mean, I'll change something if I could save a line. It's like haiku. I'll figure out a way to rewrite the sentence so that it'll look better on the page. And I shouldn't be wasting my time on that, but I can't resist because I know it's only 3% of the time or something like that.
And it could also be argued that that is what life is about.
Yes, in fact, that's true. Like I work in the garden one day a week, and that's kind of a description of my life, is getting rid of weeds, moving bugs for programs.
So a lot of writers talk about basically suffering. The writing processes having it's extremely difficult. And I think of programming, especially or technical writing that you're doing, can be like that. Do you find yourself methodologically, how do you every day sit down to do the work? Is it a challenge? You kind of say it's
Oh, yeah.
it's fun, but it'd be interesting to hear if there are non-fun parts that you really struggle with.
Yeah, so the fun comes when I'm able to put together ideas of two people who didn't know about each other, and so I might be the first person that saw both of their ideas, and so then and I get to make the synthesis, and that gives me a chance to be creative. But the direct work is where I got to chase everything down to its root. This leads me into really interesting stuff. I mean, I learned about Sanskrit, and I try to give credit to all the authors, and so I write that. So I write to people, all the people, the authors if they're there, and I communicate this way. And I got to get the math right, and I've got to tackle all my programs, try to find holes in them. And I rewrite the programs after I get a better idea.
Is there ever dead ends?
Dead ends, oh yeah, I throw stuff out, yeah. But one of the things that I spend a lot of time preparing a major example based on the game of baseball. And I know a lot of people who baseball is the most important thing in the world, but I also know a lot of people who cricket is the most important in the world, or soccer or something, and I realized that if I had a big example, I'm just going to have a fold out illustration and everything. I was saying, well, what am I really teaching about algorithms here? I had this baseball example, and if I was a person who know only cricket, what would they think about this? And so I ripped the whole thing out, but I had something that would really appeal to people who grew up with baseball as a major thing in their life.
There's a lot of people, but
That's, yeah,
so it's a small minority.
small minority. I took out bowling too. Um,
Even a smaller minority. So what's the art in the art of programming? Why is there, of the few words in the title, why is art one of them?
well, that's what I wrote my term lecture about, and so when people talk about art, I mean, what the word means is something that's not in nature. So we have artificial intelligence, that art comes from that same root, saying that this is something that was created by human beings. And then it's got further meaning often of fine art, which has this beauty to the mix. And so we have things that are artistically done, and this means not only done by humans, but also done in a way that's elegant and brings joy, and has I guess Tolstoy versus Dostoevsky. But anyway, it's that part that says that it's done well, as well as not only different from nature. In general, then art is what human beings are specifically good at. And when they say artificial intelligence, well, they're trying to mimic and beat.
But there's an element of fine art and beauty. You are one.
That's what I try to also say, that you can write a program and make it work of art.
So now, in terms of surprising, what ideas in writing from search to combinatorial algorithms, what ideas have you come across that were particularly surprising to you, that changed the way you see a space of problems?
I get a surprise every time I have a bug in my program. But that isn't really what you're
More transformational
right.
than surprising.
So, for example, in volume 4A, I was especially surprised when I learned about data structure called BDD, Boolean Decision Diagram, because I sort of had the feeling that uh, as an old timer, and I've been programming since the 50s. And EDs weren't invented until 1986. And here comes a brand new idea that revolutionizes the way to represent a Boolean function. And Boolean functions are full basics of all kinds of things. Logic is, underlies it. Everything that can describe all of what we know in terms of logic somehow, and propositional logic. I thought that was cut and dried and everything was known, but here comes Randy Bryant and discovers that BDTs are incredibly powerful. Then, that means I have a whole new section that I never would have thought of until 1986, and not even until 1990s when people started to use it for $1 billion application. And it was the standard way to design computers for a long time until SAT solvers came along in the year 2000. So that's another great big surprise. So a lot of these things have totally changed the structure of my book. And the middle third of volume 4B is about SAT solvers, and that's 300 plus pages, which is all about material, mostly about material that was discovered in this century. And I had to start from scratch and meet all the people in the field, write 15 different SAT solvers that I wrote. While preparing that, 7 of them are described in the book, others were from my own experience.
So newly invented data structures or ways to represent.
A whole new class of algorithms.
Whole new class.
Yeah. And the interesting thing about the BDTs was that the theoreticians started looking at it and started to describe all the things you couldn't do with BDTs. And so they were getting a bad name because okay, they were useful, but they didn't solve everything. I'm sure that the theoreticians in the next 10 years are going to show why machine learning doesn't solve everything. But I am not only worried about the worst case, I get a huge delight when I can actually solve a problem that I couldn't solve before, even though I can't solve the problem that it suggests as a further problem. I know that I'm way better than I was before. So I found out that BDTs could do all kinds of miraculous things, and so I have spent quite a few years learning about that territory.
So in general, what brings you more pleasure? Proving or showing a worst case analysis in an algorithm, or showing a good average case, or just showing a good case? That something good pragmatically can be done with this algorithm.
Yeah, I like a good case that is maybe only a million times faster than I was able to do before. And not worried about the fact that it's still going to take too long if I double the size of the problem.
So that said, you popularized the asymptotic notation for describing running time, obviously in the analysis of algorithms. Worst cases such an important part. Do you see any aspects of that kind of analysis as lacking? And notation too.
Well, the main purpose is to have notations that help us for the problem we want to solve, and so they match our intuitions. And people who worked in number theory had used asymptotic notation in a certain way, but it was only known to a small group of people, and I realized that, in fact, it was very useful to be able to have a notation for something that we don't know exactly what it is, but we only know partial about it. For example, instead of big O notation, let's just take a much simpler. Let's say 0, 1, or 0, 1, or 2. And suppose that when I had been in high school, we would be allowed to put in the middle of our formula x plus 0, 1, or 2 equals y. Okay. And then we learn how to multiply two such expressions together and you know deal with them. Well, the same thing, big O notation says use something that's I'm not sure what it is, but I know it's not too big. I know it's not bigger than some constant times n squared, something like that. And so I write big O of n squared. Now I learn how to add big O of n squared to big O of n cubed, and I know how to add big O of n squared to plus 1 and square that, and how to take logarithms and exponentials to have big O's in the middle. And that turned out to be hugely valuable. All of it, what I was trying to do is I'm trying to figure out how to put it out.
So, have there been algorithms in your journey that perform very differently in practice than they do in theory?
Well, the worst case of a combinatorial algorithm is almost always horrible. But we have stat solvers that are solving where one of the last exercises in that part of my book was to figure out a problem that has 100 variables that's difficult for a stat solver. But you would think that a problem with 100 billion variables requires you to do 2 to the 100th operations, because that's the number of possibilities when you have 200 billion variables. Do 2 to the 100th. 2 to the 100th is way bigger than we can handle. 10 to the 17th is a lot.
You've mentioned over the past few years that you believe P may be equal to NP, but that it's not really, if somebody does prove that P equals NP, it will not directly lead to an actual algorithm to solve difficult problems. Can you explain your intuition here? Has it been changed? And in general, on the difference between easy and difficult problems, like P and NP and so on?
Yeah, so the popular idea is if an algorithm exists, then somebody will find it. And it's just a matter of writing it down. But anymore, if algorithms exist, then anybody can understand what we're making
Was discovered.
because they're just way beyond human comprehension. The total number of algorithms is more than mind-boggling. So we have situations now where we know that algorithms exist, but we don't know, we don't obviously what the algorithms are. There are simple examples based on game playing where you have where you say, well, there must be an algorithm that exists to win in the game of hex, because for the first player to win in the game of hex, because hex is always either waiting for the first player or the second player.
Well, what's the game of hex?
There's a game of hex which is based on putting pebbles onto an hexagonal board, and the white player tries to get a white path from left to right, and the black player tries to get a black path from bottom to top.
And how does capture occur?
And there's no capture. You just put pebbles down one at a time. But there's no draws, because after all the white and black are played, there's either going to be a white path across from east to west or a black path from bottom to top. So there's always, it's a perfect information game. People take turns like tic-tac-toe. And or it can be different sizes, but there's no possibility of draw, and players move one at a time. And so it's got to be either a first player win or a second player win. Mathematically, you follow out all the trees, and either there's always a player. Okay? And it's finite. The game is finite. So there's an algorithm that will decide. You can show it has to be one or the other, because the second player could mimic the first player with kind of a pairing strategy. And so you can show that it has to be one. It has to be one or the other. But we don't know any other. In other words, there are cases where you can prove the existence of a solution, but nobody knows anyway how to find it. more like the algorithm question. Uh, there's a very powerful theorem of graph theory by Robinson and Seymour that says that every class of graphs that is closed under taking minors has a polynomial time algorithm to determine whether it's in this class or not. Now, classic graphs, for example, planar graphs, these are graphs that you can draw on the plane without crossing them. And the planar graph, taking minors means that you can shrink an edge into a point, or you can delete an edge. Right? And so you talk about a planar graph, or shrink any edge to a point is still planar. Delete an edge is still planar. Okay. Now, but there are millions of different uh, ways to this family graph that still remains the same under taking minor. And Robertson and Seymour proved that any such family of graphs, there is a finite number of minimum graphs that are obstructions. So that if it's not in the family, then it has to contain, then there has to be a way to shrink it down until you get one of these patterns that's not. But in the case of a planar graph, the minimum graph is a 5-pointed star with everything pointing to another, and the minimum graph consists of trying to connect 3 utilities to 3 houses without crossing lines. And so there are two bad graphs that are not planar. And every non-planar graph contains one of these 2 bad graphs by shrinking and
Sorry, can you say it again? So, you prove that there's a finite number of these bad graphs.
So always a finite number. So somebody says, here's a family of.
It's hard to believe.
And they put in the sequence of 20 papers I made, and it's deep work, but it's
because that's for any arbitrary class. So
for any arbitrary class that's closed under taking minor.
It's closed under. Maybe I'm not understanding. Because it seems like a lot of them are closed under taking minor.
Almost all the important classes graphs are. There are tons of such graphs, but also hundreds of them that arise in applications.
Right.
I have a book over here called Classes of Graphs, and it's amazing how many different classes of graphs that people have looked at.
And why do you bring up this theorem or this proof?
So now there's lots of algorithms that are known for special classes of graphs. But if I have a corner graph, then I can color it efficiently. If I have certain kind of graphs, it will make a great network. So you'd like to test. If somebody gives me graphs, is it this family of graphs? If so, then I can go to the library and find an algorithm that's going to solve my problem on that graph. Okay. So we want to have a graph that says an algorithm that says. Give me a graph, I'll tell you whether it's in this family or not. Okay. And so all I have to do is test whether or not that those given graphs have a minor that's one of the bad ones. A minor is everything you can get by shrinking it and moving it. And given any minor, the polynomial time algorithm is saying, I can tell whether this is a minor of the. And there's a finite number of bad cases. So I just tried, does it have this bad case? On the time I got the answer. Does it have this bad case? On the time I got the answer. Look at total polynomial time. And so I solved the problem. However, all we know is that the number of minors is finite. We don't know what we might only know 1 or 2 of those minors, but we don't know if we've got 20 of them, we don't know if it might be 21, 25. All we know is that it's finite. So here we have polynomial time algorithms that we don't know.
Mm-hmm. That's a really great example of what you worry about or why you think P equals NP won't be useful. But still, why do you hold the intuition that P equals NP?
Because you have to rule out so many possible algorithms that they're not working. Uh, there's, you can take the graph and you can represent it as in terms of certain time numbers, and then you can multiply those together, and then you can take the bitwise and you know and construct some certain constant and bound in time, and then that perfectly valid algorithm. And there's so many algorithms of that kind. A lot of times we see random. Uh, we take data and and we get coincidences that that some fairly random looking number actually is useful because it happens to solve a problem just because uh, there's so many hairs on your head. It seems like unlikely that two people are going to have the same number of hairs on their head. But they're obvious that you can count how many people there are and how many hairs on their head. So there must be people walking around in the country that have the same number of hairs on their head. Well, that's a coincidence that you might say also. This particular combination of operations just happens to prove that a graph has a Hamiltonian path. And I see lots of cases where unexpected things happen when you have enough possibility.
But because the space of possibility is so huge, your intuition just
They,
says
they,
this.
they have to rule them all out, and so that's even from my intuition. It's by no means a proof. I mean, some people say, uh, well, P can't equal NP because you've had all these smart people. The smartest designers of algorithms have been racking their brains for years and years, and there's $1 million prizes out there, and none of them, nobody has thought of the algorithm, so there must be no such a. On the other hand, I can use exactly the same logic, and I can say, well, P must be equal to NP because there's so many smart people out here been trying to prove that I'm equal to NP, and they've all failed. Uh, you know,
This kind of reminds me of the discussion about the search for aliens. We've been trying to look for them, and we haven't found them yet. Therefore, they don't exist.
Yeah.
But you can show that there's so many planets out there that they very possibly could exist.
Yeah.
And
And then there's also the possibility that they exist, but they all discovered machine learning and then beat each other up.
well, on that small, quick tangent, when they ask, "Do you think there's intelligent life out there in the universe?"
I have no idea.
Do you hope so? Do you think about it?
I don't. I don't spend my time thinking about things like I don't know.
And yet, you do enjoy the fact that there's many things you don't know. You do enjoy the mystery of things.
I enjoy the fact that I have limits. I don't, but I don't take time to answer unsolved questions like that.
Well, because you've taken on some tough questions that may seem unsolvable. You've taken on some tough questions that may seem unsolvable. They're in space.
It gives me a thrill when I can get further than I ever thought I could. Yeah,
But,
but I don't.
but much like with religion, these
I'm glad that that there's no proof that God exists. I think
it's full of mystery.
it'd be too dull. Yeah.
So, to quickly talk about the other art of artificial intelligence. What's your view? Artificial intelligence community has developed as part of computer science and in parallel with computer science in the 60s. What's your view of the AI community from the 60s to now?
So all the way through, it was people who were inspired by trying to mimic intelligence or to do things that were somehow the greatest achievements of intelligence, that have been an inspiration to people who have pushed the envelope of computer science maybe more than any other group of people. So it's all the way through, it's been a great source of good problems to sink your teeth into, and getting uh, uh, partial answers and then more and more successful answers over the years. So this has been the inspiration for lots of the great discoveries of computer science.
Are you yourself captivated by the possibility of creating, of algorithms having echoes of intelligence in them?
Not as much as most of the people in the field, I guess I would say, but that's not to say that they're wrong on that. It's just you asked about my own personal preferences, but the thing that I uh, worry about is when people start believing that you succeeded, uh, and because the seems to be this huge gap between really understanding something and being able to pretend to understand something and get the illusion of understanding something.
Do you think it's possible to create without understanding?
Yeah.
So to
I do that all the time too. I
Right.
mean, that's why I use random. But there's still this great gap. I don't assert that it's impossible, but I don't see anything coming any closer to really uh, the, uh, the kind of stuff that I would consider intelligence.
so you mentioned something that on that line of thinking, which I very much agree with. So the art of computer programming, this book, is focused on single processor algorithms for the most part. And you mentioned
It's only because I set the table of contents in my
for sure. There's no
I'm glad I didn't wait till 1965.
it's one book. Maybe we'll touch on the Bible, but one book can't always cover the entirety of everything. So I'm glad the table of contents for the art of computer programming is what it is. But you did mention that you thought that understanding of the way ant colonies are able to perform incredibly organized tasks might well be the key to understanding human cognition. So these fundamentally distributed systems. So what do you think is the difference between the way Don Knuth would sort a list and an ant colony would sort a list or perform an algorithm?
Sorting a list is the same as cognition, though. But I know what you're getting at. Well, the advantage of ant colony is at least we can see what they're doing. We know which ant has talked to which other ant, and it's much harder with the brains to know to what extent neurons are passing signal. So I'm just saying, ant colony might be if they have the secret of cognition, think of an ant colony as a cognitive single rather than as a colony of lots of different ants. I mean, it's like the cells of our brain and the microbiome and all that is interacting entities, but somehow I consider myself to be one single person. Well, an ant colony, you can say, might be cognitive somehow, and something. Okay, I smash a certain ant and go to take that's stop. What was that?
Right.
But if we're going to crack the secret of cognition, it might be that we can do so by psyching out how ants do it, because we have a better chance to measure it. They're communicating by pheromones and by touching each other in the sight, but not by a much more subtle phenomenon like currents going through.
But even a simpler version of that, what are your thoughts of maybe Conway's Game of Life?
Okay, so Conway's Game of Life is able to simulate any computable process. And any deterministic process is.
I like how you went there. I mean, that's not its most powerful thing, I would say. I mean, we can simulate it, but the magic is that the individual units are distributed
Yes.
and extremely simple.
Yes, we we understand exactly what the primitives are.
The primitives, just like with the anthology and super.
But still, it doesn't say that I understand. I understand life. I mean, it, it, it gives me it gives me a better insight into what does it mean to somebody's, what does it mean to have free choice, for example.
Do you think God plays dice?
Yes, I don't see any reason why God should be forbidden from using the most efficient ways to I mean, we know that dice are extremely important in efficient algorithms. There are things that couldn't be done well without random. So I don't see any reason why God should be prohibited from.
When the algorithm requires it, I don't, you don't see why the physics should constrain it. So in 2001, you gave a series of lectures at MIT about religion and science.
No, that was 1999.
But you published.
The book came out in 2000.
So in 1999, you spent a little bit of time in Boston, enough to give those lectures.
Yeah.
And I read the 2001 version, most of it. It's quite fascinating to read. I recommend people. It's transcription of the lectures. So, what did you learn about how ideas get started and grow from studying the history of the Bible? If you rigorously studied a very particular part of the Bible, what did you learn from this process about the way us human beings as a society develop and grow ideas, share ideas, and find where those ideas?
It's hard to summarize that. I wouldn't say that I learned to do really definite things. I could make conclusions, but I learned more about what I don't know. We have a complex subject which is really beyond human understanding. Uh, so we give up on saying I'm never going to get to the end of the road. I'm never going to understand it. But you say, but maybe it might be good for me to get closer and closer and learn more and more about something. So how can I do that efficiently? And the answer is, well, use randomness. And so to try a random subset of that is within my grasp and study that in detail instead of just studying parts that somebody tells me to study, or instead of studying nothing because it's too hard. Um, uh, so I decided for my own amusement that once that I would take a subset of the verses of the Bible, and I would try to find out what the best thinkers have said about that small subset. And I had about, let's say, 60 verses out of 3,000. I think it's one out of 500, something like that. And so then I went to the library, which are well indexed. I spent, for example, at Boston Public Library, I would go once a week for a year, and I went to have different times to Andover Harvard Library to look at this that one in Boston Public, where scholars have looked at, and you can coordinate, and you can go down and look at the index and say, oh, is this verse mentioned in this book? If so, look at page 5. I could learn not only about the Bible, but about the secondary literature about the Bible, the things that scholars have written about it. And so that gave me a way to zoom in on parts of the thing so that I could get more insight. And so I look at it as a way of giving me some firm pegs which I could hang pieces of information, but not as things where I would say, and therefore this is true.
In this random approach of sampling the Bible, what did you learn about the most central Oh, well, one of the biggest accumulation of ideas, you know.
It seems to me that the main thrust was not the one that most people think of as saying, don't have sex or something like this. But the thrust was to try to try to figure out how to live in harmony with God's wishes. I'm assuming that God exists, and I say I'm glad that there's no way to prove this because that would I would run through the proof once and then I'd forget it, and I would never uh, speculate about spiritual things and mysteries otherwise, and I think my life would be very incomplete. I'm assuming that God exists, but yeah, but a lot of people say God doesn't exist, but that's still important to them. So in a way that might still be work with these other guys that are not, in some sense, if God is important to them. It's one of the verses I studied. You can interpret it as saying that it's better to be an atheist than not to care at all.
So I would say it's similar to the P equals MP discussion. You mentioned mental exercise that I'd love it if you could partake in yourself. Mental exercise of being God. And so how would you, if you were God knew, how would you present yourself to the people of Earth?
You mentioned your love of literature, and there's this book that really I can recommend to you. The title I think is Blasphemy. It talks about God revealing Himself through a computer in Los Alamos, and it it's the only book that I've ever read where the punchline was really the very last word of the book, and it explained the whole idea of the book. And so I don't want to give that away, but it's really very much about this person that you read. But suppose God uh, said, okay, my previous means of communication with the world are not the best for the 21st century. So what should I do now? And uh, and it's conceivable that it would that God would choose the way that's described in this book.
Another way to look at this exercise is looking at the human mind, looking at the human spirit, the human life in a systematic way.
I think if most people want to learn, you want to realize that once we solve one problem, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden other problems are going to drop out, and we have to realize that uh, that there are things beyond our ability. Um, I see goodness all around.
Yeah, well said. If you were to run program analysis on your own life, how did you do in terms of correctness, running time, resource use, asymptotically speaking, of course?
Okay, yeah. Well, I would say that question has not been asked me before, um, and I started out with Socrates and learning how to be an automaton that was obedient. And I had the great advantage that I didn't have anybody to blame for my failures. If I started getting not understanding something, I knew that I should stop playing ping pong, and that it was my fault that I wasn't studying hard enough or something, rather than that somebody was discriminating against me in some way. And I don't know how to avoid the existence of biases in the world, but I know that that's an extra burden that I didn't have to suffer from. Um, and then I found from parents I learned the idea of service to other people, as being more important than what I get out of stuff myself. I know that I need to be happy enough in order to be able to be of service, but I came to a philosophy finally that I phrase as point eight is enough. And there was a TV show once called Eight is Enough, which was somebody had eight kids. But I say point eight is enough, which means if I can have a way of rating happiness, I think it's good design that uh, uh, to have an organism that's happy about 80% of the time. And if it was 100% of the time, it would be like everybody's on drugs and never and everything collapses and nothing works because everybody's just too happy.
Do you think you've achieved that 0.8 optimal balance?
There are times when I'm down and I know that I'm chemically I know that I've been programmed uh, uh, to be depressed a certain amount of time, and if that gets out of kilter, and I'm more depressed than you. Sometimes I find myself trying to think, now, who should I be mad at today? There must be a reason why but then I realize, it's just my chemistry telling me that I'm supposed to be mad at somebody, and so I trip up and say, oh, okay, go to sleep and get better. Um, but but if I'm not 100% happy, that doesn't mean that I should find somebody that's screwing me and try to assassinate. But I'm saying, okay, I'm not 100% happy, but I'm happy enough to be part of a sustainable situation. So that's the kind of the numerical analysis I do. I do
It converts towards the optimal, which in life is a 0.8.
Yeah.
I hope it's okay to talk about, as talked about previously, in 2006, you were diagnosed with prostate cancer. Has that encounter with mortality changed you in some way or ways?
Well, yeah, it did. The first encounter with mortality was when my dad died, and I went through a month when I sort of came to be comfortable with the fact that I was going to die someday. And during that month, I don't know, I, uh, I felt okay, but I couldn't sing, and I couldn't do original research either. I sort of remember after 3 or 4 weeks the first time I started having a thought that maybe it's not good. I could sort of feel that something was starting to move again, but that was, so I felt very empty until I came to grips with I learned that this is sort of a standard grief process that people go through. Well, okay, so then now I'm at a point in my life, even more so than in 2006, where all of my goals have been fulfilled except for finishing the art of computer programming. Um, I I I had one major unfulfilled goal. I wanted all my life to write a piece of music and I had an idea for a certain kind of music that I thought ought to be written. At least somebody ought to try to do it, and I felt it wasn't going to be easy, but I wanted it to proof of concept. I wanted to know if it was going to work or not. So I had time. And finally, I finished that piece, and we had world premiere last year on my 80th birthday, and we had another premiere and there's talk of concerts in Europe and various things. But that's done. It's part of the world's music now, and it's either good or bad. But I did what I was hoping to do. So the only thing that I have on my agenda is to try to do as well as I can with computer programming until I go see them.
Do you think there's a element of point 8 that might apply?
What? Point 8?
Yeah.
Well, I look at it more that I got actually to 1.0 when that concert was so. I mean, you know, so in 2006 I was at point 8. So when I was diagnosed with prostate cancer, then I said, okay, well, maybe this is, you know, I've had all kinds of good luck all my life, and I have nothing to complain about. So I'm not dying now. And we'll see what happens. And so it's quite seriously, I went and I didn't, I had no expectation that I deserved better. I didn't make any plans for the future. I had my surgery, I came out of the surgery, and spent some time learning how to walk again and so on. It's just painful for a while. But I got home and I realized I hadn't really thought about what to do next. I hadn't had any expectation. Like, I said, okay, hey, I'm still alive. Okay, now I can write some books. But I didn't come with the attitude that, you know, you know this was terribly unfair, and I just said, okay, I'm accepting whatever turned out. You know, I gotten I got more than my share already, so why should I? And I didn't. And really, when I got home, I realized that I had really not thought about the next step, what I would do after I would be in through it. I sort of thought of it as this might. I was comfortable with the fact that it was at the end. But I was hoping that I would still, you know, be able to learn about satisfiability and also someday write music. I just started seriously on the music project in 2012.
So I'm going to be in huge trouble if I don't talk to you about this. In the 70s, you created the Taik typesetting system together with Metafont language, description of computer, modern family of typefaces. That has basically defined the methodology and the aesthetic of the countless research fields, right? Math, physics,
Well,
beyond computer science, so on. Okay, well, first of all, thank you. I think I speak for a lot of people in saying that. But a question in terms of beauty. There's a beauty to typography that you've created, and yet beauty is hard to quantify.
right.
Uh, how does one create beautiful letters and beautiful equations? Like what? I mean, perhaps there's no words to be describing.
Yeah.
Be describing the process, but
So the great Harvard mathematician George Stephenkoff wrote a book in the 30s called Aesthetic Measure, where he had pictures of faces, and underneath would be a number, and this was how beautiful the face was. And he had a formula for this. And he actually also wrote about music, and so he could. And so I thought maybe I would, part of my musical composition, I would try to program his algorithms and you know, so that I would write something that had the highest number by his score. Well, it wasn't quite rigorous enough for a computer to do. But anyway, people have tried to put numerical value on beauty, and he did probably the most serious attempt. And George Gershwin's teacher also wrote 2 lines where he talked about his method of composing music. But you're talking about another kind of beauty, letters, and
elegance, and whatever that temperature is.
Right. And so that's, I mean, I think the beholder, as you say, but can to strive for excellence in whatever definition you want to give to beauty, then you try to get as close to that as you can.
I guess I'm trying to ask, and there may not be a good answer. What loose definitions were you operating under with the community of people that you were working with?
Oh, the loose definition, I wanted you know, it to appeal to me.
Yeah, you personally.
Yeah,
That's a good start.
yeah, no, and it failed that. That's when I got volume 2 came out with the new printing, and I was expecting to do the happiest day of my life, and I felt it, and like a burning, how angry I was that I opened the book and it was in the same beige covers, but it didn't look right on the page. The number 2 was particularly ugly. I couldn't stand any page that had a 2 in this page number. Um, and I was expecting that. I spent all this time making measurements, and I had looked at stuff with different ways, and I had great technology, but it did, but I wasn't done. I had to retune the whole thing after 1961.
Has it ever made you happy, finally?
Oh yes. Uh,
Or is it a point?
and so many books have come out that would never have been without this. I just thought this was so good. But now uh, all these pages that are sitting up there, I don't have if I didn't like them, I would change them. That's my, nobody else has this ability. They have to stick with what I gave them.
Yeah. So in terms of the other side of it, there's the typography, so the look of the type and the curves and the lines. What about the spacing?
What about the
The spacing,
spacing? Yeah,
the white space.
yeah.
It seems like you could be a little bit more systematic about the layout or technical.
Oh yeah, you can always go further. I didn't stop at point 8. I stopped at point 98.
Seems like you're not following your own rule for happiness. Or is,
No. There's okay. Of course, there's a Japanese word, wabi-sabi or something where the most beautiful works of art are those that have flaws, because then the person who perceives them adds their own uh, appreciation, and that gives the viewer more satisfaction or so on. But I but normally with typography, I wanted it to look as good as I could in the vast majority of cases, and then when it doesn't, then uh, I say, okay, that's 2% more work for the author. But I didn't want to. I didn't want to say that my job was to get 200% out of the work and take all the work away from the author. That's what I meant by that.
so if you were to venture a guess, how much of the nature of reality do you think we humans understand? So you mentioned you appreciate mystery.
Yeah.
How much of the world about us is shrouded in mystery? Are we? If you were to put a number on it,
Yeah.
what percent of it all do we understand? Are we totally?
How many leading zeros? 0.0. I don't know. No, I think it's infinitesimal.
How do we think about that? And what do we do about that? Do we continue one step at a time?
Yeah, we muddle through. We do our best. We realize that nobody's perfect, and we try to keep advancing, but spend time saying we're not there, we're not all there at the end. Some mathematicians that would be in the office next to me when I was in the math department, they would never think about anything smaller than countable infinity. I never, we intersected that countable infinity because I rarely got up to countable infinity. I'm talking about finite stuff. But even limiting to finite stuff, which the universe might be, there's no way to really know whether the universe isn't just made out of capital N, whatever you just want to call them, quarks, whatever, where capital N is infinite of the numbers that are comprehensible are still way smaller than almost all finite numbers. I got this one paper called Supernatural Numbers where I guess you probably ran into something called Knuth arrow notation. Did you run into that? Where anyway, so you take the number, I think it's like, and I called it Super K. I named it after myself, but but the arrow notation is something like 10 and then 4 arrows and a 3 or something. Okay, now, the arrow notation, if you have no arrows, that means multiplication. X, Y means x times x times x times x, y times. If you have one arrow, that means exponentiation. So x1 arrow y means x to the x to the x to the x to the x, y times. So I found out, by the way, that this notation was invented by a guy in 1830, and he was one of the nobility who spent his time thinking about stuff like this. And it was exactly the same concept that I used arrows and he used to select different notation. But the numbers activist function is based on the same kind of idea. But the acronym was 1920s. But anyway, you got this number 10 quadruple arrow 3. So that says, well, we take we take 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. And how many times do we do that? Oh, 10 double arrow 2 times. So, I mean, how tall is that? But then we do that again. And that was only 10 triple arrow, quadruple arrow 2. Quadruple arrow 3.
A very large number.
It gets way beyond comprehension. Okay. And so, but it's so small compared to what finite numbers really are, because I'm only using 4 arrows and 10 and a 3. I mean, let's have that many numbered arrows. I mean,
The boundary between infinite and finite is incomprehensible for us humans.
Infinity is a useful way for us to think about extremely large, extremely large thing, and and, uh, and we can manipulate it, but we can never know that the universe is actually and we're there. But so it just so I realize how little we know. But we found an awful lot of, of things that are too hard for any one person to know, even our small human.
Yeah, we did pretty good. So when you go up to heaven and meet God and get to ask one question that would get answered, what question would you ask?
What kind of browser do you have up here? No, I actually, I don't think it's meaningful to ask that question, but I certainly hope we have good internet.
Okay, on that note, that's beautiful. Don, thank you so much. It was a huge honor to talk to you. Really.
Well, thanks for the gamut of questions.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Donald Knuth. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LETS Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn, dream, and engineer their future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Donald Knuth. We should continually be striving to transform every art into a science, and in the process, we advance the art. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Stephen Godwin, professor of history at Princeton University and one of the great historians of our time, specializing in Russian and Soviet history. He has written many books on Stalin and the Soviet Union, including the first two of a 3-volume work on Stalin, and he's currently working on volume 3. You may have noticed that I've been speaking with not just computer scientists, but physicists, engineers, historians, neuroscientists, and soon much more. To me, artificial intelligence is much bigger than deep learning, bigger than computing. It is our civilization's journey into understanding the human mind and creating echoes of it in the machine. To me, that journey must include a deep historical and psychological understanding of power. Technology puts some of the greatest power in the history of our civilization into the hands of engineers and computer scientists. This power must not be abused. And the best way to understand how such abuse can be avoided is to not be blind to the lessons of history. As Stephen Kodkin brilliantly articulates, Stalin was arguably one of the most powerful humans in history. I've read many books on Joseph Stalin, Vladimir Putin, and the wars of the 20th century. I hope you understand the value of such knowledge to all of us, especially to engineers and scientists who build the tools of power in the 21st century. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, but never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. You can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has an investing feature. You can buy fractions of a stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competitions. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating on Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App in the App Store and Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. And Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Stephen Kodkin. Do all human beings crave power?
No. Human beings crave security, they crave love, they crave adventure, they crave power, but not equally.
Some human beings, nevertheless, do crave power.
For sure.
Where is that deeply in psychology? People, is it something born with? Is it something they develop?
Some people crave a position of leadership or of standing out, being recognized. And that could be starting out in the school years, on the schoolyard. It could be within their own family, not just in their peer group. Those kind of people we often see craving leadership positions from an early age, often end up in positions, but they can be varied positions. You can have power in an institution where the power is purposefully limited. For example, there's a board or a consultative body or the separation of power. Not everyone craves power whereby they're the sole power or they're the unconstrained power. That's a little bit less usual. You may think that everybody does, but not everybody does. Those people who do crave that kind of power, unconstrained, the ability to decide as much as life or death of other people, those people are not everyday. They're not the people you encounter in your daily life for the most part. Those are extraordinary. Most of them, don't have the opportunity to live that dream. Very few of them end up with the opportunity.
So, percentage-wise, in your sense, if we pick George Washington, for example, most people, given the choice of absolute power over a country versus maybe the capped power that the United States presidential role, at least at the founding of the country, represented, what do you think most people would choose?
Well, Washington was in a position to exercise far greater power than he did. And in fact, he didn't take that option. He was more interested in seeing institutionalization, of seeing the country develop strong institutions rather than an individual leader like himself had that system. So that's very important. So like I said, not everyone craves unconstrained power, even if they're very ambitious. And of course, Washington was very ambitious. He was a successful general before he was a president. So that clearly comes from the influences on your life, where you grow up, how you raised, what kind of values are imparted to you along the way. You can understand power as the ability to share, or you can understand or the ability to advance something for the collective in a collective process, not an individual process. So power comes in many different varieties, and ambition doesn't always equate to despotic power. Despotic power is something different from ordinary institutional power that we see. The president of MIT does not have unconstrained power. The president of MIT rightly must consult with other members of the administration, with the faculty members, to a certain extent with the student body, and certainly with the trustees of MIT. Those constraints make the institution strong and enduring, and make the decisions better than they would be if he had unconstrained power. But you can't say that the president is not ambitious. Of course the president is ambitious. We worry about unconstrained power. We worry about executive authority that's not limited. That's the definition of authoritarianism or tyranny. Unlimited or barely limited executive authority. Executive authority is necessary to carry out many functions. We all understand that. That's why MIT has it. But unlimited or largely unconstrained executive power is detrimental to even the person who exercises it.
So, what do you think? It's an interesting notion. We kind of take it for granted that constraints on executive power is a good thing. But why is that necessarily true? So, what is it about absolute power that does something in the human mind? So, the popular saying of absolute power corrupts, absolutely. Is that the case? That the power in itself is the thing that corrupts the mind in some kind of way where it leads to bad leadership over time?
People make more mistakes when they're not challenged, when they don't have to explain things and get others to vote and go along with it, when they can make a decision without anybody being able to block their decision or to have input necessarily on their decision. You're more prone to mistakes. You're more prone to extremism. There's a temptation. For example, we have separation of powers in the United States. The Congress, right, has authority that the president doesn't have, as, for example, in budgeting, the so-called power of the purse. This can be very frustrating. People want to see things happen, and they complain that there's a do-nothing Congress or that the situation is stalemated. But actually, that's potentially a good thing. In fact, that's how our system was designed. Our system was designed to prevent things happening in government. And there's frustration with that, but ultimately that's the strength of the institutions. And so when you see unconstrained executive authority, there can be a lot of dynamism, a lot of things can get done quickly, but those things Like, for example, what happened in China under Mao, or what happened in the Soviet Union under Stalin, or what happened in Haiti under Papa Doc and then Baby Doc, or fill in the blank. What happens sometimes in corporations where a corporate leader is not constrained by the shareholders, by the board, or by anything. And they can seem to be a genius for a while, but eventually it catches up to them. So the idea of constraints on executive power is absolutely fundamental to the American system, American way of thinking, and not only, obviously large other parts of the world that have a similar system, not an identical system, but a similar system of checks and balances on executive power. And so the case that I studied, the only checks and balances on executive power are circumstantial. So, for example, distances in the country. It's hard to do something over 5,000 miles, or the amount of time in a day. It's hard for a leader to get to every single thing the leader wants to get to because there are only 24 hours in a day. Those are circumstantial constraints on executive power. They're not institutional constraints on executive power.
But one of the constraints on executive power the United States has versus Russia, maybe something you've implied and actually spoke directly to, is there's something in the Russian people and the Soviet people that are attracted to authoritarian power. That psychologically speaking, or at least the kind of leaders that sought authoritarian power throughout its history, and that desire for that kind of human is a lack of a constraint. In America, it seems, as people, we desire somebody not like Stalin, somebody more like George Washington. So that's another constraint, the belief that people, what they admire in a leader, what they seek in a leader. So maybe you can speak to, well, first of all, can you speak briefly to that psychology of, is there a difference between the Russian people and the American people in terms of just what we find attractive in a leader?
Not as great a difference as it might seem. There are, unfortunately, many Americans who would be happy with an authoritarian leader in the country. It's by no means a majority. It's not even a plurality. But nonetheless, it's a real sentiment in the population. Sometimes because they feel frustrated, because things are not getting done. Sometimes because they're against something that's happened in the political realm, and they feel it has to be corrected and corrected. It's a kind of impulse. People can regret the impulse later on, that the impulse is motivated by reaction to their environment. In the Russian case, we have also people who crave, sometimes known as a strong hand, an iron hand, an authoritarian leader, because they want things to be done and be done more quickly, that align with their desires. But I'm not sure it's a majority in the country today. Certainly in Stalin's time, this was a widespread sentiment, and people had few alternatives that they understood or could appeal to. Nowadays, in the globalized world, the citizens of Russia can see how other systems have constraints on executive power, and the life isn't so bad there. In fact, the life might even be better. So the impatience, the impulsive quality, the frustration does sometimes in people reinforce their craving for the unconstrained executive to quote, get things done, shake things up. Yes, that's true. But in the Russian case, I'm not sure it's cultural today. I think it might be more having to do with the failures, the functional failures of the kind of political system that they tried to institute after the Soviet collapse. And so it may be frustration with the version of constraints on executive power they got and how it didn't work the way it was imagined, which has led to a sense in which non-constrained executive power can fix things. But I'm not sure that that's a majority sentiment in the Russian case, although it's hard to measure because under authoritarian regimes, public opinion is shaped by the environment in which people live, which is very constrained in terms of public opinion.
But on that point, why, at least from a distance, does there seem to nevertheless be support for the current Russian president, Vladimir Putin? Is that has to do with the fact that measuring, getting good metrics and statistics on support is difficult in authoritarian governments, or is there still something appealing to that kind of power to the people?
I think we have to give credit to President Putin for understanding the psychology of the Russians to whom he appeals. Many of them were the losers in the transition from communism. They were the ones whose pensions were destroyed by inflation, or whose salaries didn't go up, or whose regions were abandoned. They were not the winners for the most part. And so I think there's an understanding on his part of their psychology. Putin has grown in the position. He was not a public politician when he first started out. He was quite poor in public settings. He didn't have the kind of political instincts that he has now. He didn't have the appeal to traditional values of the Orthodox Church and some of the other dimensions of his rule today. So yes, we have to give some credit to Putin himself for this, in addition to the frustrations of the mass of the people. But let's think about it this way, in addition, without taking away the fact that he's become a better retail politician over time, and that sentiment has shifted because of the disappointments with the transition of the population. When I ask my kids, am I a good dad? My kids don't have any other dad to measure me against. I'm the only dad they know, and I'm the only dad they can choose or not choose. If they don't choose me, they still get me as dad. Right? So with Putin today, he's the only dad that the Russian people have. Now, if my kids were introduced to alternative fathers, they might be better than me. They might be more loving, more giving, funnier, richer, whatever it might be. They might be more appealing. There are some blood ties there, for sure, that I have with my kids. But they would at least be able to choose alternatives, and then I would have to win their favor in that constellation of alternatives. If President Putin were up against real alternatives, if the population had real choice, and that choice could express itself and have resources, have media and everything else the way he does, maybe he would be very popular, and maybe his popularity would not be as great as it currently is. So the absence of alternatives is another factor that reinforces his authority and his popularity. Having said that, there are many authoritarian leaders who deny any alternatives to the population and are not very popular. Denial of alternatives doesn't guarantee you the popularity. You still have to figure out the mass psychology to appeal. So in the Russian case, the winners from the transition live primarily in the big cities and are self-employed or entrepreneurial. Even if they're not self-employed, they're able to change careers. They have tremendous skills and talent and education and knowledge, as well as these entrepreneurial or dynamic personalities. Putin also appealed to them. He did that with Medvedev, and it was a very clever ruse. He himself appealed to the losers from the transition, the small towns, the rural, the people who were not well off, and he had them for the most part. Not all. We don't want to generalize to say they had every one of them, because those people have views of their own, sometimes in contradiction with the president of Russia. And then he appealed to the opposite people, the successful urban base, through the so-called reformer Medvedev, the new generation, the technically literate prime minister who for a time was president. And so that worked very successfully for Putin. He was able to bridge a big divide in the society and gain a greater mass support than he would otherwise have had by himself. That ruse only worked through the time that Medvedev was temporarily president for 2 years. Because of the Constitution, Putin couldn't do 3 consecutive terms and stepped aside in what they call castling and chess. When this was over, Putin had difficulty with his popularity. There were mass protests in the urban areas, precisely that group of the population that he had been able to win in part because of the Medvedev casting, and now had their delusions exposed and were disillusioned. And there were these mass protests in the urban areas, not just in the capital. And Putin had to, as it were, come up with a new way to fix his popularity, which happened to be the annexation of Crimea, from which he got a very significant profit. However, the trend is back in the other direction. It's diminishing again, although it's still high relative to other leaders around the world. So I wouldn't say that he's unpopular with the mass in Russia. There is some popularity there, there is some success, but I would say it's tough for us to gauge because of the lack of alternatives. And Putin is unpopular inside the state administration.
At every level, the bureaucracy of
because those
leadership.
people are well informed and they understand that the country is declining, that the human capital is declining, the infrastructure is declining, the economy is not really growing, it's not really diversifying, Russia's not investing in its future. The state officials understand all of that, and then they see that the Putin clique is stealing everything inside. So between the failure to invest in a future and the corruption of a narrow group around the president, there's disillusionment in the state apparatus because they see this more clearly or more closely than the mass of the population. They can't necessarily yet oppose this in public because they're people, they have families, they have careers, they have children who want to go to school or want a job. And so there are constraints on their ability to oppose the regime based upon what we might call cowardice or other people might call realism. I don't know how courageous people can be when their family, children, career are on the line. So it's very interesting dynamic to see the disillusionment inside the government with the president, which is not yet fully public for the most part, but could become public. And once again, if there's an alternative appears, things could shift quickly. And that alternative could come from inside the regime.
From inside the regime, like the leadership, the party, the people that are now, as you're saying, opposed to Putin. There, nevertheless, maybe you can correct me, but it feels like there's structurally is deeply corrupt. So each of the people we're talking about don't feel like a George Washington.
Once again, the circumstances don't permit them to act that way necessarily, right? George Washington did great things, but in certain circumstances. A lot of the state officials in Russia, for certain, are corrupt. There's no question. Many of them, however, are patriotic, and many of them feel badly about where the country has been going. They would prefer that the country was less corrupt. They would prefer that there were greater investment in all sorts of areas of Russia. They might even themselves steal less if they could be guaranteed that everybody else would steal less. There's a deep and abiding patriotism inside Russia, as well as inside the Russian regime. So they understand that Putin, in many ways, rescued the Russian state from the chaos of the 1990s. They understand that Russia was in very bad shape as an incoherent, failing state almost. when Putin took over, and that he did some important things for Russia's stability and consolidation. There's also some appreciation that Putin stood up to the West and stood up to more powerful countries and regained a sense of pride and maneuverability for Russia in the international system. People appreciate that, and it's real. It's not imagined that Putin accomplished. The problem is the methods that he accomplished it with. He used the kind of methods, that is to say, taking other people's property, putting other people in jail for political reasons. He used the kind of methods that are not conducive to long-term growth and stability. So he fixed the problem, but he fixed the problem and then created bigger long-term problems. And moreover, all authoritarian regimes that use those methods are tempted to keep using them and using them and using them until they're the only ones who are the beneficiaries. And the group narrows and narrows. The elite gets smaller and narrower. The interest groups get excluded from power and their ability to continue enjoying the fruits of the system, and the resentment grows. And so that's the situation we have in Russia. Russia is a place that is stuck. It was to a certain extent rescued. It was rescued with methods that were not conducive to long-term success and stability.
Rescue referring to the sort of the economic growth when Putin first took office.
Yes, they had 10 years. They had a full decade of an average of 7% growth a year. It was phenomenal and is not attributable predominantly to oil prices. During President Putin's first term as president, the average price of oil was $35 a barrel. During his second term as president, the average price was $70 a barrel. So during those two terms, when Russia was growing about 7% a year, oil prices were averaging somewhere around $50 a barrel, which is fine, but is not the reason, because later on, when oil prices were over $100 a barrel, Russia stagnated.
With the initial growth, do you think Putin deserves some credit for that?
Yes, he does, because he introduced some important liberalizing measures. He lowered taxes. He allowed land to be bought and sold. He deregulated many areas of the economy. And so there was a kind of entrepreneurial burst that was partly attributable to government policy during his first term. But also he was consolidating political power, and as I said, the methods he used overall for the long term were not able to sustain that success. In addition, we have to remember that China played a really big role in the success of Russia in the first two terms of Putin's presidency, because China's phenomenal growth created insatiable demand for just about everything that the Soviet Union used to produce. So fertilizers, cement, fill in the blank, chemicals, metals. China had insatiable demand for everything the Soviet Union once produced. And so China's raising of global demand overall brought Soviet-era industry back from the dead. And so there was something that happened. Soviet-era industry fell off a cliff in the 1990s. There was a decline in manufacturing and industrial production greater than in the Great Depression in the U.S. But a lot of that came back online in the 2000s, and that had to do with China's phenomenal growth. The trade between China and Russia was not always direct, so this was an indirect effect. But raising global prices for the commodities and the products, the kind of lower end, lower value products in manufacturing, not high end stuff, but lower end stuff, like steel or iron or cement, fertilizer, where the value added is not spectacular, but nonetheless, which had been destroyed by the 1990s after the Soviet left. This was brought back to life. Now you can do that once. You can bring Soviet-era industry back to life. And that happened during his first 2 terms, in addition to the liberalizing policies which spurred entrepreneurialism in some small business. The crash of the ruble in 1998, which made Russian products much cheaper abroad and made imports much more expensive, also facilitated the resuscitation, the revival of domestic manufacturing. So all of this came together for that spectacular 10-year, 7% on average economic growth, and moreover, people's wages after inflation, their income grew more even than GDP grew. So disposable income after inflation, that is real income, was growing greater than 7%, in some cases 10%. So there was a boom, and the Russian people felt it, and it happened during Putin's first 2 terms, and people were grateful, rightly so, for that. And those who don't want to give Putin credit give oil prices all the credit. But I don't think that oil prices can explain this. Having said that, that doesn't mean that this was sustainable over the long term.
So you briefly mentioned, sort of implying the possibility that Stalin held power for, let's say, 30 years. You briefly mentioned that it's a question, will Putin be able to beat that record, to beat that? Well, can you talk about your sense of, is it possible that Putin holds power for that kind of duration?
Let's hope not. Let's hope not for Russia's sake. The primary victims of President Putin's power are Russians. They're not Ukrainians, although to a certain extent Ukraine has suffered because of Putin's actions. And they're not Americans. They're Russian. Moreover, Russia has lost a great deal of human talent. Millions and millions of people have left Russia. Since 1991 overall, somewhere between 5 and 10 million people have left the country and are beyond the borders of the former Soviet Union. So they left the Soviet space entirely. Moreover, the people who left are not the poor people, they're not the uneducated, they're not the losers. The people who left are the more dynamic parts of the population, the better educated, the more entrepreneurial. So that human capital loss that Russia has suffered is phenomenal. And in fact, right here where we're sitting at MIT, we have examples of people who are qualified, good enough for MIT, and have left Russia to come to MIT.
You're looking at one of them. And the other aspect, just to quickly comment, is those same people, like me, I'm not welcome back.
No, you're not under the current regime. It was a big loss for Russia if you're patriotic, but not from the point of view of the Putin regime. That has to do, also factors into popularity. If the people who don't like you leave, they're not there to complain, to protest, to vote against you. And so your opposition declines when you let them leave. However, it's very costly in human capital terms. Hemorrhaging that much human capital is damaging. It's self-damaging. And we've seen it accelerate. It was already high, but we've seen it accelerate in the last 7 to 8 years of President Putin's rule. And those people are not going back of their own volition, but even if they wanted to go back, as you just said, they cannot go. That's a big cost to pay for this regime. And so whatever benefits this regime might or might not have given to the country, the disadvantages, the downside, the costs are also really high. So we don't want Putin lasting in power as long as Stalin. It would be better if Russia were able to choose among options, to choose a new leader among options. Many people speculate that President Putin will name a successor, the way Yeltsin named Putin as his successor, President Boris Yeltsin. and then Putin will leave the stage and allow a successor to take over. That might seem like a good solution, but once again, we don't need a system where you hang on for as long as possible and then nominate who's going to take over. We need a system that has the kind of corrective mechanisms that democracies and markets have, along with rule of law. A corrective mechanism is really important because all leaders make mistakes. But when you can't correct for the mistakes, then the mistakes get compounded. Putin could well, he seems to be healthy, he could well last as many years as Stalin. It's hard to predict because events intercede sometimes and create circumstances that are unforeseen, and leaders get overthrown or have a heart attack or whatever. There's a palace insurrection where ambitious leaders on the inside, for both personal power and patriotic reasons, try to push aside an aging leader. There are many scenarios in which Putin could not last that long, but unfortunately, right now, you could also imagine potentially him lasting that long, which, as I said, is not an outcome if you're patriotic about Russia. It's not an outcome you would wish on to the country.
I guess a very difficult question, but what practically do you feel is a way out of the Putin regime? Is a way out of the corruption that deeply underlies the state? If you look from a history perspective, is a revolution required? Is violence required? Is from a violence within or external to the country? Do you see, or is a powerful, is a inspiring leader enough to step in and bring democracy and kind of the free world to Russia?
Well, Russia is not a failed country. It's a middle-income country with tremendous potential and has proven many times in the past that when it gets in a bad way, it can reverse its trajectory. Moreover, violence is rarely ever a solution. Violence rarely, it may break an existing trend, but it's rare that violence produces a non-violent, sustainable, positive outcome. It happens, but it doesn't happen frequently. Societal upheaval is not a way always to institutionalize a better path forward, because you need institutions. People can protest, as they did throughout the Middle East, and the protests didn't necessarily lead to better systems, because the step from protest to new, strong, consolidated institutions is a colossal leap, not a small step. What we need and what we see from history in situations like this is a group within the power structures, which is a patriotic, that sees things going down. That is to say, that sees things not be developing relative to neighbors, relative to richer countries, relative to more successful countries. And they want to change the trajectory of Russia. And if they can, in a coalition fashion, unseat the current regime for a new power sharing arrangement, which once again can be frustrating because you can't do changes immediately, you can't do things overnight, but that's the point. Constraints on your ability to change everything immediately and to force change overnight is what leads to long-term success, potentially. Right? That's the sustainability of change. So Russia needs stronger institutions. It needs court system as well as democratic institutions. It needs functioning, open, dynamic markets rather than monopolies. It needs meritocracy and banks to award loans on the basis of business plans, not on the basis of political criteria or corrupt bribery or whatever it might be. Right? So Russia needs those kind of functioning institutions that take time, are sometimes slow, don't lead to a revolutionary transformation, but lead to potentially long-term sustainable growth without upheaval, without violence, without getting into a situation where all of a sudden we need a miracle again. Every time Russia seems to need a miracle, and that's the problem. The solution would be not needing a miracle. Now, having said that, the potential is there. The civilization that we call Russia is amazingly impressive. It has delivered world-class culture, world-class science. It's a great power. It's not a great power with a strong base right now, but nonetheless it is a great power as a vaccine work. So I wouldn't underestimate Russia's abilities here, and I wouldn't write off Russia. I don't see it under the current regime a renewal of the country. But if we can have, from within the regime, evolution rather than a revolution in a positive direction, and maybe get a George Washington figure who is strong enough to push through institutionalization rather than personalism.
So, if I could ask about one particular individual, it'd be just interesting to get your comment, but also as a representative of potential leaders. I just on this podcast talked to Gary Kasparov, who I'm not sure if you're familiar with his ongoings. So besides being a world-class chess player, he's also a very outspoken activist with truly seeing Putin as an enemy of the free world, of democracy, of balanced government in Russia. What do you think of people like him specifically, or just people like him trying as leaders to step in, to run for president, to symbolize a new chapter in Russia's future?
So we don't need individuals. Some individuals are very impressive, and they have courage of protest and criticize, and they organize. We need institutions. We need a Duma or a parliament that functions. We need a court system that functions. That is to say, where there are a separation of powers, impartial professional civil service, impartial professional judiciary. Those are the things Russia needs. It's rare that you get that from an individual, no matter how impressive. We had Andrei Sakharov, who was an extraordinary individual, who developed the hydrogen bomb under the Soviet regime, was a world-class physicist, was then upset about how his scientific knowledge and scientific achievements were being put to use, and rebelled to try to put limits, constraints, civilizing humane limits and constraints on some of the implications of his extraordinary science. But Sakharov, even if he had become the leader of the country, which he did not become, he was more of a moral or spiritual leader, it still wouldn't have given you a judiciary. It still wouldn't have given you a civil service. It still wouldn't have given you a Duma, a functioning parliament. You need a leader in coalition with other leaders. You need a bunch of leaders, a whole group, and they have to be divided a little bit so that not one of them can destroy all the others. And they have to be interested in creating institutions, not solely or predominantly in their personal power. And so I have no objection to outstanding individuals and to the work that they do. But I think in institutional terms, and they need to think that way too in order to be successful.
So if we go back to the echoes of that after the Russian Revolution with Stalin, with Lenin and Stalin, maybe you can correct me, but there was a group of people there in that same kind of way, looking to establish institutions that were built in a beautifully built around an ideology that they believed is good for the world. So, echoing that idea of what we're talking about, what Russia needs now, can you, first of all, you've described the fascinating thought, which is Stalin as having amassed arguably more power than any man in history. It's interesting thing to think about. But can you tell about his journey to gaining that power after the Russian Revolution? How does that perhaps echo to our current discussion about institutions and so on? And just in general, the story I think is fascinating of how one man is able to get more power than any other man in history.
It is a great story, not necessarily from a moral point of view, but if you're interested in power, for sure it's an incredible story. We have to remember that Stalin is also a product of circumstances, not solely his own individual drive, which is very strong. For example, World War I breaks the Tsarist regime, the Tsarist order, the Imperial Russian state. Stalin has no participation whatsoever in World War I. He spends World War I in exile in Siberia until the downfall of the Tsarist autocracy in February 1917. Stalin is in eastern Siberian exile. He's only able to leave eastern Siberia when that regime falls. He never fights in the war. He's called up briefly towards the end of the war and is disqualified on physical grounds because of physical deformities from being drafted. The war continues after the Tsarist regime has been toppled in the capital. There's been a revolution. The war continues, and that war is very radicalized. The peasants begin to seize the land after the Tsar falls, essentially destroying much of the gentry class. Stalin has nothing to do with that. The peasants have their own revolution, seizing the land, not in law, but in fact, de facto, not de jure land ownership. So there are these really large processes underway that Stalin is alive during, but not a driver. The most improbable thing happens, which is a very small group of people around the figure of Vladimir Lenin announces that it has seized power. Now, by this time, in October 1917, the government that has replaced the Tsar, the so-called provisional government, has failed. And so there's not so much power to seize from the provisional government. What Lenin does is he does a coup on the left. That is to say, Soviets, or councils, as we would call them in English, which represent people's power or the masses participating in politics, a kind of radical grassroots democracy, are extremely popular all over the country and not dominated by any one group, but predominantly socialist or predominantly leftist. Russia has an election during the war, a free and fair election for the most part, despite the war, at the end of 1917, December 1917. And 3/4 plus of the country voted socialist in some form or another. So the battle was over the definition of socialism and who had the right to participate in defining socialism. Not only what it would be, but who had the right to decide. So there's a coup by Lenin's group known as the Bolsheviks against all the other socialists. And so Lenin declares a power whereby the old government has failed, people's power, the councils, known as Soviets, take their place, and Lenin seizes power in the name of the Soviets. So it's a coup against the left, against the rest of the left, not against the provisional government that has replaced the Tsar, which has already failed. And so Stalin is able to come to power along with Lenin in this crazy seizure of power on the left against the rest of the left in October 1917, which we know as the October Revolution, and I call the October coup, as many other historians. The October Revolution happened after this issue. What's interesting about this episode is that the leftists who seize power in the name of the Soviets, in the name of the masses, they retain their hold. Many times in history, there's a seizure of power by the left, and they fail. They're cleaned out by an army or what we call forces of order, by counter-revolutionary forces. Lenin's revolution, Lenin's coup, is successful. It is able to hold power, not just seize power. They win a civil war, and they're entrenched in the heart of the country already by 1921. Stalin is part of that group. Lenin needs somebody to run this new regime in the kind of nitty-gritty way. Lenin is the leader, the undisputed leader in the Bolshevik Party, which changes their name to Communists in 1918. He makes Stalin the general secretary of the Communist Party. He creates a new position which hadn't existed before, a kind of day-to-day political manager, a right-hand man. Not because Lenin is looking to replace himself, he's looking to institutionalize a helpmate, a right-hand man. He does this in the spring of 1922. Stalin is named to this position, which Lenin has created expressly for Stalin. So there's been a coup on the left, whereby the Bolsheviks, who become communists, seize power against the rest of the socialists and the anarchists and the entire left. And then there's an institutionalization of a position known as General Secretary of the Communist Party, right-hand man of Lenin. Less than 6 weeks after Lenin has created this position and installed Stalin, Lenin has a stroke, and a major stroke, and never really returns as a full actor to power before he dies of a fourth stroke in January 1924. So a position is created for Stalin to run things on Lenin's behalf, and then Lenin has a stroke. And so Stalin now has this new position, General Secretary, but he's the right hand of a person who's no longer exercising day-to-day control over affairs. Stalin then uses this new position to create a personal dictatorship inside the Bolshevik dictatorship, which is the remarkable story I tried to tell.
So is there anything nefarious about any of what you just described? It seems conveniently that the position is created just for Stalin. There was a few other brilliant people, arguably more brilliant than Stalin, in the vicinity of Lenin. Why was Stalin chosen? Why did Lenin all of a sudden fall ill? It's perhaps a conspiratorial question, but is there anything nefarious about any of this historical trajectory to power that Stalin took in creating the personal dictatorship?
So history is full of contingencies and surprises. After something happens, we all think it's inevitable. It had to happen that way. Everything was leading up to it. So Hitler seizes power in Germany in 1933, and the Nazi regime gets institutionalized by several of his moves after being named chancellor. And so all German history becomes a story of the Nazi rise to power, Hitler's rise to power. Every tendency is bent into that outcome. Things which don't seem related to that outcome all of a sudden get bent in that direction. And other trends that were going on are no longer examined because they didn't lead to that outcome. But Hitler's becoming Chancellor of Germany in 1933 was not inevitable, it was contingent. He was offered the position by the traditional conservatives. He's part of the radical right, and the traditional right named him chancellor. The Nazi Party never outright won an election that was free and fair before Hitler took power. And in fact, its votes on the eve of Hitler becoming chancellor declined relative to the previous election. So there's contingency in history. And so Lenin's illness, his stroke, the neurological and blood problems that he had were not a structure in history. In other words, if Lenin had been a healthier figure, Stalin might never have become the Stalin that we know. That's not to say that all history is accidental. just that we need to relate the larger structural factors to the contingent factors. Why did Lenin pick Stalin? Well, Stalin was a very effective organizer, and the position was an organizational position. Stalin could get things done. He would carry out assignments, no matter how difficult. He wouldn't complain that it was hard work or too much work. He wouldn't go off womanizing and drinking and ignore his responsibilities. Lenin chose Stalin among other options because he thought Stalin was the better option. Once again, he wasn't choosing his successor because he didn't know he was going to have this stroke. Lenin had some serious illnesses, but he had never had a major stroke. So, the choice was made based upon Stalin's organizational skills and promise against the others who were in the regime. Now, they can seem more brilliant than Stalin, but he was more effective, and I'm not sure they were very brilliant.
Well, he was exceptionally competent, actually, at the tasks of running a government, the executive branch, right, of a dictator.
Yes, he turned out to be very adept at being a dictator. And so, if he had been chosen by Lenin and had not been very good, he would have been pushed aside. You can get a position by accident. You can be named because you're someone's friend or someone's relative. But to hold that position in difficult circumstances, and then to build effectively a superpower on all that bloodshed, right? You have to be skilled in some way. It can't be just the accident that brings you to power. Because if accident is your power, it won't last. Just like we discovered with Putin, he had some qualities that we didn't foresee at the beginning, and he's been able to hold power, not just be named. Now, Putin and Stalin are very different people. These are very different regimes. I wouldn't put them in the same sentence. My point is not that one resembles the other. My point is that when people come to power for contingent reasons, they don't stay in power unless they're able to manage it. And Stalin was able to build a personal dictatorship inside that dictatorship. He was cunning, he was ruthless, and he was a workaholic. He was very diligent. He had a phenomenal memory, and so he could remember people's names and faces and events. And this was very advantageous for him as he built the machine that became the Soviet state and bureaucracy.
One of the things, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, you've made me realize this wasn't some kind of manipulative personality trying to gain more power solely, like kind of an evil picture of a person. But he truly believed in communism. As far as I can understand, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but he wanted to build a better world by having infusing communism into the country, perhaps into the whole world. So maybe my question is, what role does communism as an idea, as an ideology, play in all of this, in this rise to power and the people of the time, and the Russian people, actually just the whole 20th century?
You're right. Stalin was a true believer, and this is very important. He was also hungry for power and for personal power, but just as you said, not for power's sake, not only for power. He was interested in enacting communism in reality and also in building a powerful state. He was a statist, traditional Russian with imperialism. And this won him a lot of followers. The fact that they knew he was a hardcore, true believing communist won him a lot of followers among the communists. And the fact that he was a hardcore defender of Russian state interests now in the Soviet guise also won him a lot of followers. Sometimes those groups overlapped, the communists and the Russian patriots, and sometimes they were two different groups, but both of them shared an admiration for Stalin's dedication to those goals and his ability to enact them. And so it's very important to understand that however thirsty he was for power, and he was very thirsty for power, that he was also driven by ideals. Now, I don't necessarily think that everyone around Stalin shared those ideals. We have to be careful not to make everybody into a communist true believer, not to make everybody into a great statist Russian patriot, but they were widespread and powerful attractions for a lot of people. And so Stalin's ability to communicate to people those that he was dedicated to those pursuits and his ability to drive towards them were part of his appeal. However, he also resorted to manipulation. He also resorted to violence. He lied. He spoke out of all sides of his mouth. He slandered other people. He sabotaged potential rivals. He used every underhanded method and then some in order to build his personal dictatorship. Now, he justified this, as you said, by appeals to communism and to Soviet power.
To himself as well.
To himself and to others. And so he justified it in his own mind and to others, but certainly any means, right, were acceptable to him to achieve these ends. And he identified his personal power with communism and with Russian glory in the world. So he felt that he was the only one who could be trusted, who could be relied upon to build these things. Now, we put ourselves back in that time period. The Great Depression was a very difficult time for the capitalist system. There was mass unemployment, a lot of hardship. Fascism, Nazism, Imperial Japan. There were a lot of associations that were negative with the kind of capitalist system that was not 100%, not a monolith, but had a lot of authoritarian incarnations. There was imperialism, colonies that even the democratic rule of law capitalist states had non-democratic, non-rule of law colonies under their rule. So the image and reality of capitalism during that time period between World War I and World War II was very different from how it would become later. And so in that time period, in that interwar conjunction after World War I, before World War II, communism held some appeal inside the Soviet Union for sure, but even outside the Soviet Union, because the image and reality of capitalism disappointed many. Now, in the end, communism was significantly worse. Many more victims, and the system, of course, would eventually implode. But nonetheless, there were real problems that communism tried to address. It didn't solve those problems. It was not a solution, but it didn't come out of nowhere. It came out of the context of that interwar period. And so Stalin's rule, some people saw it as potentially a better option than imperialism, fascism, and the Great Depression. Having said that, they were wrong. It turned out that Stalin wasn't a better alternative to markets, private property, rule of law, and democracy. However, that didn't become clearer to people until after World War II, after Nazism had been defeated, Imperial Japan had been defeated, Fascist Italy had been defeated, and decolonization had happened around the world, and there was a middle-class economic boom in the period from the late 40s through the 70s that created kind of mass middle class in many societies. So capitalism rose from the ashes, as it were. And this changed the game for Stalin and communism. Communism is about an alternative to capitalism. And if that alternative is not superior, there's no reason for communism to exist. But if capitalism is in foul odor, if people have a bad opinion, strong critique of capitalism, there can be appeal to alternatives. And that's kind of what happened with Stalin's rule. But after World War II, the context changed a lot. Capitalism was very different, much more successful, not non-violent compared to what it was in and the Soviet Union had a tough time competing against that new context. Now today we see similarly that the image and reality of capitalism is under question again, which leads some people to find an answer in socialism as an alternative.
So you just kind of painted a beautiful picture of comparison. This is the way we think about ideologies, is what's working better. Do you separate in your mind the ideals of communism to the Stalinist implementation of communism, and again, capitalism and American implementation of capitalism? And as we look at now the 21st century, where yes, this idea, of socialism being a potential political system that we would, or economic system we would operate under in the United States, rising up again as an idea. So how do we think about that again in the 21st century, about these ideas, fundamental deep ideas of communism and capitalism?
So in the Marxist schema, there was something called feudalism, which was supposedly destroyed by the bourgeoisie who created capitalism. And then the working class was supposed to destroy capitalism and create socialism. But socialism wasn't the end stage. The end stage was going to be communism. So that's why the Communist Party in the Soviet Union first built socialism, transcending capitalism. The next stage was socialism, and the end game, the final stage, was communism. So their version of socialism was derived from Marx. And Marx argued that the problem was capitalism had been very beneficial for a while. It had produced greater wealth and greater opportunity than feudalism had. But then it had come to serve only the narrow interests of the so-called bourgeoisie or the capitalists themselves. And so for humanity's sake, the universal class, the working class, needed to overthrow capitalism in order for greater productivity, greater wealth to be produced, for all of humanity to flourish and on a higher level. So you couldn't have socialism unless you destroyed capitalism. So that meant no markets, no private property, no so-called parliaments or bourgeois parliaments, as they were called. So you got socialism in Marx's schema by transcending, by eliminating capitalism. Now, Marx also called for freedom. He said that this elimination of markets and private property and bourgeois parliaments would produce greater freedom in addition to greater independence. However, everywhere this was tried, it produced tyranny and mass violence, death, and shortages. Everywhere it was tried. There's no exception in historical times. And so it's very interesting. Marx insisted that capitalism had to be eliminated. You couldn't have markets. Markets were chaos. You needed planning. You couldn't have hiring of wage labor. That was wage slavery. And you couldn't have private property because that was a form of theft. So in the Marxist scheme, somehow you were going to eliminate capitalism and get to freedom. It turned out you didn't get the freedom, so then people said, well, you can't blame Marx because he said we needed freedom. He was pro-freedom. So it's kind of like dropping a nuclear bomb. You say you're going to drop a nuclear bomb, but you want to minimize civilian casualties. So the dropping of the nuclear bomb is the elimination of markets, private property, but you're going to bring freedom, or you're going to minimize civilian casualties. So you drop the nuclear bomb, you eliminate the capitalism, and you get famine, deportation, no constraints on executive power, and not abundance, but shortage. So, well, that's not what Marx said. That's not what I said. I said I wanted to minimize civilian casualties. The nuclear bomb goes off, and there's mass civilian casualties. And you keep saying, but I said drop the bomb, but minimize civilian casualties. So that's where we are. That's history, not philosophy. I'm speaking about historical examples, all the cases that we have. Marx was not a theorist of inequality. Marx was a theorist of alienation, of dehumanization, of fundamental constraints, or what he called fetters, on productivity and on wealth, which he all attributed to capitalism. Marx wasn't bothered by inequality. He was bothered by something deeper, something worse. Right? Those socialists who figured this out, who understood that if you dropped the nuclear bomb, there was no way to minimize civilian casualties. Those socialists who came to understand that if you eliminated capitalism, markets, private property, and parliaments, if you eliminated that, you wouldn't get freedom. Those Marxists, those socialists, became what we would call social democrats, or people who would use the state to regulate the market, not to eliminate the market. They would use the state to redistribute income, not to destroy private property and markets. And so this, in the Marxist schema, was apostasy, because they were accepting markets and private property. They were accepting alienation and wage slavery. They were accepting capitalism in principle, but they wanted to fix it. They wanted to ameliorate it. They wanted to regulate it. And so they became what was denounced as revisionists, not true Marxists, not real revolutionaries, but parliamentary rule, parliamentarians. We know this as normal politics, normal social democratic politics from the European case or from the English case. But they are not asking to eliminate capitalism, blaming markets and private property. So this rift among the socialists, the ones who are for elimination of capitalism, transcending capitalism, otherwise you could never, ever get to abundance and freedom in the Marxist scheme, versus those who accept capitalism but want to regulate and redistribute. That rift on the left has been with us almost from the beginning. It's a kind of civil war on the left between the Leninists and the Social Democrats, or the revisionists, as they're known pejoratively by the Leninists. We have the same confusion today in the world today, where people also cite Marx, saying capitalism is a dead end, and we need to drop that nuclear bomb and get freedom, get no civilian casualties, versus those who say, yes, there are inequities, there's a lack of equality of opportunity, there are many other issues that we need to deal with, and we can fix those issues, we can regulate, we can redistribute. I'm not advocating this as a political position. I'm not taking a political position myself. I'm just saying that there's a confusion on the left between those who accept capitalism and want to regulate it, versus those who think capitalism is inherently evil, and if we eliminate it, we'll get to a better world, when in fact history shows that if you eliminate capitalism, you get to a worse world. The problems might be real, but the solutions are worse.
From history's lessons, now we have deep, painful lessons, but there's not that many of them. Our history is relatively short as a human species. Do we have a good answer on the left of Leninist Marxist versus social democrat versus capitalism versus any anarchy? Do we have sufficient samples from history to make better decisions about the future of our politics and economics?
For sure. We have the American Revolution, which was a revolution not about class, not about workers, not about a so-called universal class of the working class, elimination of capitalism, markets, and the bourgeoisie. It was about the category citizen. It was about universal humanity, where everyone, in theory, could be part of it as a citizen. The revolution fell short of its own ideals. Not everyone was a citizen. For example, if you didn't own property, you were a male but didn't own property, you didn't have full rights as a citizen. If you were a female, whether you owned property or not, you were a full citizen. If you were imported from Africa against your will, you were a slave and not a citizen. And so not everyone was afforded the rights in actuality that were declared in principle. However, over time, the category citizen could expand, and slaves could be emancipated, and they could get the right to vote. They could become citizens. Non-property owning males could get the right to vote and become full citizens. Females could get the right to vote and become full citizens. In fact, eventually my mother was able to get a credit card in her own name in the 1970s without my father having to co-sign the paperwork. It took a long time, but nonetheless, the category citizen can expand and it can become a universal category. So we have that, the citizen universal humanity model of the American Revolution, which was deeply flawed at the time it was introduced, but fixable over time. We also had that separation of powers, the constraint on executive power that we began this conversation. That was also institutionalized in the American Revolution because they were afraid of tyranny. They were afraid of unconstrained executive power. So they built a system that would contain them, constrain it institutionally, not circumstantially. So that's a great gift. Within that universal category of citizen, which has over time come closer to fulfilling its original promise, and within those institutional constraints that separate of powers, constraint on executive power, within that we've developed what we might call normal politics, left-right politics. People can be in favor of redistribution and government action, and people can be in favor of small government, hands-off government, no redistribution or less redistribution. That's the normal left-right political spectrum where you respect the institutions of separation of powers and you respect the universal category of citizenship and equality before the law. I don't see any problems with that whatsoever. I see that as a great gift, not just to this country, but around the world and other places besides the United States that develop. The problems arise at the extremes, the far left and the far right, that don't recognize the legitimacy either of capitalism or of democratic rule of law institutions. And they want to eliminate constraints on executive power. They want to control the public sphere, diminish the independence of the media. They want to take away markets or private property, and redistribution becomes something bigger than just redistribution. It becomes actually that original Marxist idea of transcending capitalism. So I'm not bothered by the left or the right. I think they're normal, and we should have that debate. We're a gigantic, diverse country of many different political points of view. I'm troubled only by the extremes that are against the system qua system, that want to get rid of it, and supposedly that will be the right path to the future. History tells us that the far left and the far right are wrong about that. But once again, this doesn't mean that you have to be a social democrat. You could be a libertarian. You could be a conservative. You could be a centrist. You could be conservative on some issues and liberal on other issues. All of that comes under what I would presume to be normal politics. And I see that as the important corrective mechanism. Normal politics and market economies, non-monopolistic, open, free, and dynamic market economies. I don't like concentrations of power politically. And I don't like concentrations of power economically. I like competition in the political realm. I like competition in the economic realm. This is not perfect. It's constantly needs to be protected and reinvented. There are flaws that are fundamental and need to be decided and addressed and everything else, especially equality of opportunity. Equality of outcome is unreachable and is a mistake because it produces perverse and unintended consequences. Equality of outcome attempts to make people equal on the outcome side, but attempts to make them more equal on the front end, on the opportunity side. That's really, really important for a healthy society. That's where we've fallen down. Our schools are not providing enough opportunity for the majority of people in all of our school systems. And so I see problems there. I see a need to invest in ourselves, invest in infrastructure, invest in human capital, create greater equality of opportunity, but also to make sure that we have good governance, because governance is the variable that enables you to do all this other things.
I've watched quite a bit, returning back to Putin. I've watched quite a few interviews with Putin and conversations, especially because I speak Russian fluently, I can understand often the translations lose a lot.
Mm.
I find the man putting morality aside very deep and interesting. And I found almost no interview with him to get at that depth. I was very hopeful for the Oliver Stone documentary, and with him, and to me, because I deeply respect Oliver Stone as a filmmaker in general, but it was a complete failure in my eyes, that interview. The lack of it, I mean, I suppose you could toss it up to a language barrier, but a complete lack of diving deep into the person is what I saw. My question is a stranger, but if you were to sit down with Putin and have a conversation, or perhaps if you were to sit down with Stalin and have a conversation, what kind of questions would you ask? Well, this wouldn't be televised unless you want it to be. So this is only you. You're allowed to ask about some of the questions that are sort of not socially acceptable, meaning putting morality aside, getting at the depth of the human character. What would you ask?
So once again, they're very different personalities and very different time periods and very different regimes. So what I would talk to Stalin about and Putin about are not in the same category necessarily. So let's take Putin. So I would ask him where he thinks this is going, where he thinks Russia's going to be in 25 years or 50 years. What's the long-term vision? What does he anticipate the current trends are going to produce? Is he under the illusion that Russia is on the upswing, that things are actually going pretty well, that in 25 years Russia is going to still be a great power with a tremendous dynamic economy, a lot of high tech, and a lot of human capital, and wonderful infrastructure, and very high standard of living, a secure borders and a sense of security at home? Does he think the current path is leading in that direction? And if not, if he understands that the current trajectory does not provide for those kinds of circumstances, does it bother him? Does he worry about it? Does he care about the future 25 or 50 years from now?
Deep down, what do you think is the answer?
Either he thinks he's on that trajectory already, or he doesn't care about that long-term trajectory. So that's the mystery for me with him. He's clever. He has tremendous sources of information. He has great experience now as a world leader, having served for a effectively longer than laying in Brezhnev's long 18-year reign. And so Putin has accumulated a great deal of experience at the highest level compared to where he started. And so I'm interested to understand how he sees this long-term evolution or non-evolution of Russia, and whether he believes he's got them on the right trajectory, or whether, if he doesn't believe that, he cares. I have no idea because I've never spoken to him about this, but I would love to hear the answer. Sometimes you have to ask questions not directly like that, but you have to come a little bit sideways. You can elicit answers from people by making them feel comfortable and coming sideways with them.
Just a quick question. So that's talking about Russia.
Yeah.
Putin's role in Russia. Do you think it's interesting to ask, or say the same for Stalin, the more personal question of how do you feel yourself about this whole thing, about your life, about your legacy, looking at the person that's one of the most powerful and important people in the history of civilization, both Putin and Stalin, you could argue.
Once you experience power at that level, it becomes something that's almost necessary for you as a human being. It's a drug, it's an aphrodisiac, it's a feeling. You know, you go to the gym to exercise, and the endorphins, the chemicals get released. And even if you're tired or you're sore, you get this massive chemical change, which has very dynamic effects on how you feel, the kind of level of energy you have for the rest of the day. And if you do that for a long time, and then you don't do it for a while, you're like a drug addict not getting your fix. You miss it. Your body misses that release of endorphins to a certain extent. That's how power works for people like Putin. That's how power works for people who run universities or secretaries of state or run corporations, fill in the blank. In whatever ways power is exercised, it becomes almost a drug to people. It becomes something that's difficult for them to give up. It becomes a part of who they are. It becomes necessary for their sense of self and well-being. The greatest people, the people I admire the most, are the ones that can step away from power, can give it up, can give up the drug, can be satisfied, can be stronger even by walking away from continued power when they have the option to continue. So with a person like Putin, once again, I don't know him personally, so I have no basis to judge this. This is a general statement observable with many people and in historical terms. With a person like Putin who's exercised this much power for this long, it's something that becomes a part of who you are, and you have a hard time imagining yourself without it. You begin to conflate your personal power with the well-being of the nation. You begin to think that the more power you have, the better off the country is, this conflation. You begin to be able to not imagine. You can no longer imagine what it would be like just to be an ordinary citizen or an ordinary person running a company in Egypt, something much smaller than a country. So I anticipate that, without knowing for sure, that he would be in that category of person. But you want to explore that with questions with him about, so what's his day look like from beginning to end? Just take me through a typical day. What do you do in a day? How does it start? What are the ups? What are the downs? What are the parts of the day you look forward to the most? What are the parts of the day you don't look forward to that much? What do you consider a good day? What do you consider a bad day? How do you know that what you're doing is having the effects that you intend? How do you follow up? How do you gather the information, the reaction? How do you get people to tell you to your face things that they know are uncomfortable or that you might not want to hear? Those kind of questions.
And through that kind of questioning, you get a window into a man's power. So let me ask about Stalin, because you've done more research. In another amazing interview you've had, the introduction was that you know more about Stalin than Stalin himself. You've done an incredible amount of research on Stalin. So if you could talk to him, get sort of direct research, what questions would you ask Stalin?
I have so many questions, but I don't even know where I would begin. The thing about studying a person like Stalin, who's an immense creature, he's exercising the power of life and death over hundreds of millions of people. He's making decisions about novels and films and turbines and submarines and pacts with Hitler or deals with Churchill and Roosevelt and occupation of Mongolia or occupation of North Korea. He's making phenomenally consequential decisions over all spheres of life, all areas of endeavor, and over much of the globe, much of the landmass of the earth. And so, what's that like? Does he sometimes reflect on the amount of power and responsibility he has that he can exercise? Does he sometimes think about what it means that a single person has that kind of power? And does it have an effect on his relations with others, his sense of self, the kinds of things he values in life? Does he sometimes think it's a mistake that he's accumulated this much power? Does he sometimes wish he had a simpler life? Or is he once again so drunk, so enamored, so caught up with, chemically and spiritually, with exercising this kind of power, that he couldn't live without it? And then, what were you thinking, I would ask him, in certain decisions that he made? What were you thinking on certain dates and certain circumstances where you made a decision and could have made a different decision? Can you recall your thought processes? Can you bring the decision back? Was it seat of the pants? Was it something you'd been planning? Did you just improvise or did you have a strategy? What were you guided by? Whose examples did you look to? When you picked up these books that you read, and you read the books and you made pencil marks in them, is it because you absorbed the lesson there? Or did it really not become a permanent lesson? It was just something that you checked and it was like a reflex. So I have many specific questions about many specific events and people and circumstances that I have tried to figure out with the surviving source materials that we have in abundance. But I would still like to delve into his mindset and reconstruct his mind. The closer you get to Stalin, in some ways, the more elusive he can be.
And especially around World War II, you already illuminated a lot of interesting aspects about Stalin's role in the war, but it'd be interesting to ask even more questions about how seat of the pants or deliberate some of the decisions. If I could ask just one quick question, one last quick question, and you're constrained in time and answering it, do you think there will always be evil in the world? Do you think there will always be war?
Unfortunately, yes. There are conflicting interests, conflicting goals that people have. Most of the time, those conflicts can be resolved peacefully. That's why we build strong institutions, to resolve different interests and conflicts peacefully. But the fact, the enduring fact of conflicting interests and conflicting desires, that can never be changed. So the job that we have for humanity's sake is to make those conflicting interests, those conflicting desires, to make them, to put them in a context where they can be resolved peacefully and not in a zero-sum fashion. So we can't get there on the global scale. So there's always going to be the kind of conflict that sometimes gets violent. What we don't want is a conflict among the strongest powers. Great power conflict is unbelievably bad. There are no words to describe it. At least 55 million people died in World War II. If we have a World War III, a war between the United States and China or whatever it might be, who knows what the number could be? 155 million, 255 million, 555 million. I don't even want to think about it. And so it's horrible when wars break out in the humanitarian catastrophes. For example, Yemen, Syria, and several other places I could name today. It's just horrible what you see there. And the scale is colossal for those places. But it's not planetary scale. And so avoiding planetary scale destruction is really important for us. And so having those different interests be somehow managed in a way that that no one sees advantage in a violent resolution.
And a part of that is remembering history. So they should read your books. Stephen, thank you so much. It was a huge honor talking to you today. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Stephen Conklin. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it and use code LETSPODCAST. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to FIRST, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to become future leaders and innovators. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with words of Joseph Stalin, spoken shortly before the death of Lenin and at the beginning of Stalin's rise to power. First, in Russian. Я считаю, что совершенно не важно, кто и как будет в партии голосовать. А вот что чрезвычайно важно, это кто и как будет считать голоса. I consider it completely unimportant who in the party will vote or how. But what is extraordinarily important is who will count the votes and how. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Following this conversation with Grant Sanderson. He's a math educator and creator of 3 Blue 1 Brown, a popular YouTube channel that uses programmatically animated visualizations to explain concepts in linear algebra, calculus, and other fields of mathematics. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow Spotify, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. And Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has an investing feature. You can buy fractions of a stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competitions. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating on Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App in the App Store and Google Play and use code LETSPODCAST, you'll get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Grant Sanderson. If there is intelligent life out there in the universe, do you think their mathematics is different than ours?
Jumping right in, I think it's probably very different. There's an obvious sense. The notation is different, right? I think notation can guide what the math itself is. I think it has everything to do with the form of their existence, right?
Do you think they have basic arithmetic? Sorry.
Yeah, so I think they count, right? I think notions like 1, 2, 3, the natural numbers, that's extremely natural. That's almost why we put that name to it. As soon as you can count, you have a notion of repetition, right? Because you can count by two times or 3 times. And so you have this notion of repeating the idea of counting, which brings you addition and multiplication. I think the way that we extend it to the real numbers, there's a little bit of choice in that. So there's this funny number system called the surreal numbers that it captures the idea of content. It's a distinct mathematical object. You could very well, model the universal motion of planets with that as the back end of your math, right? And you still have kind of the same interface with the front end of what physical laws you're trying to, or what physical phenomena you're trying to describe with math. And I wonder if the little glimpses that we have of what choices you can make along the way, based on what different mathematicians have brought to the table, is just scratching the surface of what the different possibilities are if you have a completely different mode of thought, right, or a mode of interacting with the universe.
And you think notation is a key part of the journey that we've taken through that?
I think that's the most salient part that you'd notice at first. I think the mode of thought is going to influence things more than like the notation itself. The notation actually carries a lot of weight when it comes to how we think about things, more so than we usually I would be comfortable saying.
Do you have a favorite or least favorite piece of notation in terms of its effectiveness?
Yeah. Well, so least favorite, one that I've been thinking a lot about, will be a video, I don't know when, but we'll see. The number e. We write the function e to the x, this general exponential function, with the notation e to the x. That implies you should think about a particular number, this constant of nature, and you repeatedly multiply it by itself. And then you say, oh, what's e to the square root of 2? And you're like, oh, well, we've extended the idea of repeated multiplication. That's all nice. That's all nice and well. But maybe very famously, you have like e to the pi I. We're extending the idea of repeated multiplication into the complex numbers. Yeah, you can think about it that way. In reality, I think that it's just the wrong way of notationally representing this function, the exponential function, which itself could be represented a number of different ways. You can think about it in terms of the problem it's solved, a certain very simple differential equation, which often yields way more insight than trying to twist the idea of repeated multiplication, take its arm and put it behind its back and throw it on the desk and be like, you will apply to complex numbers. Right? That's not, I don't think that's pedagogically helpful. And
so the repeated multiplication is actually missing the main point, the power of e to the s.
I mean, what it addresses is things where the rate at which something changes depends on its own value, but more specifically, it depends on its minimum. So, for example, if you have like a population that's growing and the rate at which it grows depends on how many members of the population are already there, it looks like this nice exponential curve. It makes sense to talk about repeated multiplication because you say how much is there after 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you multiply this. The relationship can be a little bit different sometimes, where let's say you've got a ball on a string, like a game of tetherball going around the rope, right? And you say its velocity is always perpendicular to its position. That's another way of describing its rate of change as being related to where it is, but it's a different operation. We're not scaling it. It's a rotation. It's this 90-degree rotation. That's what the whole idea of like complex exponentiation is trying to capture, but it's obfuscated in the notation when what it's actually saying, like if you really parse something like e pi I, what it's saying is choose an origin, always move perpendicular to the vector from that origin to you, okay? Then when you walk pi times that radius, you'll be halfway there. Like that's what it's saying. It's kind of you turn 90 degrees, then you walk, you'll be going in a circle. That's the phenomenon that it's describing, but trying to twist the idea of repeatedly multiplying the constant into that. Like I can't even think of the number of human hours, of like intelligent human hours that have been wasted trying to parse that to their own liking and desire among like scientists or electrical engineers or students everywhere, which if the notation were a little different or the way that this whole function was introduced from the get-go were framed differently, I think could have been avoided, right?
And you're talking about the most beautiful equation in mathematics, but it's still pretty mysterious, isn't it? Like
no,
you're making it seem like it's a notation,
It's not mysterious. I think the notation makes it mysterious. I don't think it's. I think the fact that it represents it's pretty. It's not like the most beautiful thing in the world, but it's quite pretty. The idea that if you take the linear operation of a 90-degree rotation and then general exponentiation into it, I think what you get are all the other forms of rotation, uh, which is basically to say if your velocity vector is perpendicular to your position vector, you walk in a circle. That's pretty. It's not the most beautiful thing in the world, but it's quite pretty.
The beauty of it, I think, comes from perhaps the awkwardness of the notation somehow still nevertheless coming together nicely because you have like several disciplines coming together in a single equation.
Well, I think
In a sense, like historically speaking.
that's true. So like the number e is significant. Like it shows up in probability all the time. It like shows up in calculus all the time. It is significant. You're seeing this sort of mated with pi, this geometric constant in pi, or the imaginary number and such. I think what's really happening there is the way that e shows up is when you have things like exponential growth, right? It's when this relation that something's rate of change has to itself is a simple scale, right? Um, a similar law also describes circular motion. Because we have bad notation, we use the residue of how it shows up in the context of self-reinforcing growth, like a population growing or compound interest. The constant associated with that is awkwardly placed into the context of how rotation comes about, because they both come from pretty similar equations. And so what we see is the e and the pi juxtaposed a little bit closer than they would be with a purely natural representation, I would think. Here's how I would describe the relation between them. You've got a very important function we might call x. It's like the exponential function. When you plug in 1, you get this nice constant called e that shows up in like probability and calculus. If you try to move in the imaginary direction, it's periodic, and the period is tau. So those are these two constants associated with the same central function, but for kind of unrelated reasons, right? They're not unrelated, but like orthogonal reasons. One of them is what happens when you're moving in the real direction. One's what happens when you move in the imaginary direction. I'm like, yeah, those are related. They're not as related as the famous equation seems to think it is. It's sort of putting all of the children in one bed, and they kind of like to sleep in separate beds if they have the choice. But you see them all there. There is a family resemblance, but it's not that close.
So actually, think of it as a function is the better idea, and that's a notational idea.
And like here's the thing: the constant e sort of stands as this numerical representative of calculus, right? Calculus is the like study of change. So at the very least, there's a little cognitive dissonance using a constant to represent the science of change.
Never thought of it that way. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
It makes sense why the notation came about that way, because this is the first way that we saw it in the context of things like population growth and compound interest. It is nicer to think about as repeated multiplication. It's definitely nicer. But it's more that that's the first application of what turned out to be a much more general function that maybe the intelligent life initial question asked about would have come to recognize as being much more significant in this single use case, which lends itself to repeated multiplication notation. But
let me jump back for a second to aliens and the nature of our universe. Okay. Do you think math is discovered or invented? So, talking about the different kind of mathematics that could be developed by the alien species. And the implied question is math discovered or invented? Is fundamentally everybody going to discover the same principles of mathematics?
So the way I think about it, and everyone thinks about it differently, but here's my take. I think there's a cycle at play where you discover things about the universe that tell you what math will be useful, and that math itself is invented. But of all the possible maths that you could have invented, it's discoveries about the world that tell you what you discover. So like a good example here is the Pythagorean theorem. When you look at this, do you think of that as a definition, or do you think of that as a discovery?
From the historical perspective, right, it's a discovery. That's probably because they were using physical objects to build their intuition, and from that intuition came mathematics. And mathematics was some abstract world attached to physics, but I think more and more math has become detached from. When you even look at modern physics, string theory, even general relativity, all math behind the first century kind of takes a brisk walk outside of what our mind can actually comprehend. And in multiple dimensions, for example, anything beyond 3 dimensions, 4 dimensions.
Highly applicable. I think this is a common misinterpretation that if you're asking questions about like a 5-dimensional manifold, that the only way that that's connected to the physical world is if the physical world is itself a 5-dimensional manifold or includes them.
Wait. You're telling me you can imagine a 5 dimensional manifold?
No, that's not what I said. I would make the claim that it's useful to a 3-dimensional physical universe, despite itself not being 3-dimensional.
So it's useful, meaning to even understand a 3 dimensional world, it'd be useful to have 5 dimensional manifolds.
State spaces.
But you're saying there, in some